Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Afridamus Report. As you guys can see today, I'm using StreamYard because a good friend of the show told me it is difficult for people to call into the show because of the eCam that I was using. But that's not what we are here for today. I want to welcome you to another segment of the Afridamus Report. Today, we're going to be talking about BlackTax. And I know many of you have probably heard about BlackTax before, but you probably don't even understand what it's about. But some of you are a victim of it, but you don't even understand. But I will explain it to you in a context that you would understand it to be. So if you look at it, when people are talking, they like to bring up slavery, for instance. But now you ask yourself, how did slavery happen? How was it possible? It's still going on, by the way. But when you talk about slavery, they would show you Africans or people in chains. That's the only type of slavery that they show you. But that type of slavery have been fought against, and it's unacceptable in any uncivilized in any civilized society. People don't go for that anymore because of the industrial revolution, now in the internet age. But let's see if Africans have given up slavery. I'm going to break it down. I would leave it up to you to tell me if what I'm saying here resembles anything like slavery. So if you look at it, other places are known for producing products or certain, they have some type of talent. But every place you look up to, like China, they make phones, they make shoes, they make everything. You talk about the United States, they make lots of things, cars, clothes, guns, you name it. So people do trade, you know, they produce things, and from these things, they derive their wealth. So, therefore, no need for you to enslave another human being. You can just simply rely on yourself. All you have to do is become. When I say become, you don't remain as a little boy forever. You grow up into something. I'm not saying like going to achieve whatever external things people talk about, because us humans, we're bigger than that. That's where the spirituality part of it comes into play. So when I say there's still slavery, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? You, the viewer, the things I'm about to say, you will be very familiar with it. But I want you to understand this is from a thorough observation, examination, and even being a part of it, where this type of slavery that I'm about to explain here, why I understand it so much. And to understand this and see it play out, it's hard to see it, in when you live in your African nation. It's kind of hard because if you look at it, you look at most Africans, their mentality. You would see this, in Africa, where people, they purposely have children as their backup plan. You would see people would say, they would give up very early on in their life. They would say, oh, since we are not rich, then these children, we can just have kids, and these kids can grow up and become our insurance plan. So many parents, they would consciously groom these children emotionally, spiritually. Some of them would even go to spiritual quote unquote healers from the time the child is born. Because if you think about it, this is a decision that a parent is making. Because in other places, people are like, hey, having a child is a conscious decision that you're making, whether it's out of pleasure or whatever. But this happens around the world millions and millions of times. There is nothing, weird about it or so special about it. It's just part of life, natural course of life. But I mentioned the American plantation when, during slavery. I'll tell you how it worked. Because from books, if you read, they first brought the African slaves from Africa to these shores. Most of them were already pre-programmed to be slaves, like I said, the way they are raised, because African culture itself is centered around slavery, to enslave one another. This is why you see a lot of this, the corruptions and stuff, because the human is the merchandise. You, the human, you are the merchandise. So this is why people, they try hard, they groom their children so they can control their mind, their minds, so that this child who they would never allow to leave their grips, it doesn't matter how old they become, they are still going to be under their grips. No matter how far they go, they will be in their grips. So that's how slavery was, right? People have their slaves. They brought the first Africans. You buy two slaves. They're in your plantation. If they have children in those plantations, those children belong to the slave master. The slave master takes care of those children, groom them, have the mother train them to think the way the slave master wants them to think. Because that slave master, think about it, everything, every technique the slave master uses to raise, the slave offspring is in the master's best interest. It's not in the slave's best interest, because the slave is not allowed to think for themselves. But I guarantee you, if you ask that slave master, they would say they are good to the slave. They would even justify holding that slave captive. So the slave master doesn't only have that slave's body physically, they have the slave's mind, because from the time the slave was born, is under the thumb of that slave master. The teachings that that slave receives only benefits that master. So even if that slave leaves that plantation, for example, they go elsewhere, guess what? Everything that they do is only going to be in the best interest of the slave master. Even if like the slave master doesn't have to be physically present. So you tell me, like BlackTax, people having children purposely as their insurance plan, they raise those kids. And many African parents, they have the God complex. They like to remind their kids about, oh, I brought you in this world. The reason why people today, I brought this topic, there are some people who are even watching me right now who, we talk behind the scene. I know them from way back, and they would always talk to me about their plight, their stress in America. So all these people you see working 3, 4 jobs around you, wherever Western world you are in. Some people see them, they are like, why are these people working so hard? So imagine, right? You, the individual doing this work, there is somebody on the other side who is entitled to, if not everything you have, they at least are entitled to half of what you have. That's a slave master slave relationship right there. And in fact, they are entitled to this. They are entitled to this. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a second here. Let me do something here real quick. Let's see. Okay, I'm back. So I know some people are going to think, oh man, you're just being extreme comparing this to slavery. But I'll tell you again, when you hear about slavery, you see chains. If you can groom the person and control their mind, make them believe that if they don't do the things that you want them to do, there would be a curse upon them. This is how most Africans are raised. I've had the opportunity to meet many, many Africans from different countries, different backgrounds. The story is always the same. One time I worked with a guy, and this guy, he's constantly stressed, you know. Even the car that he had, his car, was a mediocre at best car. He cannot afford much stuff, but he makes money, right? So one day, we had a conversation and we're talking, and I asked him why he was constantly stressed. So this guy told me, so he had brothers, people. He had like 3 brothers. They all live in the Western world, including him. So their father put this black tax on the children. So every month, think about it, they all have to come together. Each one have to send him $600. Do the math, times 3. And then on top of that, the guy told me he was talking to his father, and he told his father that he wants to buy his own land and build it. His father told him, he said, no, 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 that's not how it works. Before he ever builds anything, the father told him that the cultural norm, the proper way to do it is to build the father a new compound first. And this guy, he totally believed it. And when he told me about it, we're talking, I said, your father is exploiting you. He was shocked that I said that. I said, let me tell you something. I said, think about this for a minute. I said, you do not owe your father anything. He said, but he raised and feed me. I said, that was his job. I said, did you ask to be born? I said, you weren't asked to be born. He made that conscious decision. I said, in fact, in these African cultures, when they plan this, when you're born, they throw a huge party ceremony None of that is in your interest. In fact, those ceremonies, these are spiritual ceremonies where they come. If you listen to the things they pray for, they are putting a hex on the baby. All they are saying is, we pray that this baby benefits us. That's where it starts. And this is not all. Those who don't practice that, don't worry, we'll drop the link. You can come. You would have the opportunity to share your experience or what you disagree with. But this is not based in personal opinions. This is based in reality. This is based in facts. I told him, I said, there's nothing special about that. Your father raising you, that's his responsibility. Him paying your tuition, that's his responsibility. He said, but I have to repay him. I said, you do not owe him anything. You know, he raised you. His obligation is to raise you up to 18 years old and teach you how to become a man. And then from there, you can go and explore and continue the lineage. But you have to be far away from them. You have to drop all that thinking, because everything they are putting in your head, think about it for a minute, you Africans that are abroad. How many times have you talked to your own parents? If you pay attention to the conversation, they are not telling you things that's in your best interest. In fact, taken from you, they make it sound so nice and juicy. People, I'm able to say this because I'm not a child. I'm a parent. And I tell my son all the time, you don't owe me anything. I made the conscious decision to make you. In fact, I enjoyed it when I was doing it. So now I have to live with the consequences. But he doesn't owe me a thing. Then why should I owe anyone anything? This is why I never ever groom him or try to put in his head that, oh, everything I'm doing for you, not that I'm doing this for you to repay me. No, just raise your child, prepare them for the world. I guarantee you, they themselves would see, they would be proud to do things for you. But when you groom them specifically for that, it becomes a problem. So these things I'm telling you, these are real stories from real people. This man, he didn't like doing that. He was stressed. He was depriving himself here in America. He was behind on his bills, getting phone calls from the bill companies. The only thing he can afford is teriyaki. Okay? Teriyaki. But yet he's sending $600 to his father every month. And that's the belief system. And then another person, this one is even worse. You would see this every single time. Have you noticed how some of you think about it hard, think about it. Especially this is with the mothers, how they raise the little boys, their boys. They raise them to be their husbands. What do I mean by that? They raise them as if it's like a single mom situation. If the father is not strict and step in and prevent that from happening, they totally damage the little boy's head. What? Because if you look at it, right? Most of you, I've seen this here in America. I've seen people dealing with this firsthand, where you even marry somebody. Either your mother comes, they follow you all the way to America here. There are people, they bring the mother. They are not happy about it. The wife is not happy. The mother comes and she destroys the marriage. Or the wife's mother comes in. Think about this, people. In order for you to grow into yourself, when you become an adult, you need to cut all that type of ties with your parents. You are now an adult building your own family. It doesn't mean that you don't have anything to do with your family. You look at it as the cordial thing. But everyone should be allowed to grow into themselves. But in African society, that is not allowed. In fact, I did a research about this because I thought it was just a West African thing. But I found so many videos on this, even in uh, South Africa. South Africa, they even have this name for it. They call it the BlackTax. That's why I put the name there. I said, this is perfect for it. Where some of the students are so stressed out from their parents, I'm talking about, they are being forced to take loan, extra student loan, by the way. Do you think this is going towards their own welfare? No. They take these loans to give to the parents. And you would, so literally, I look at it, I said, wow, every African owes this tax. But how do you break away from owing this tax? I would tell you that as well. I'm not just going to leave you hanging. You have to be true to yourself. This is Africa. You are correct. You are absolutely right. When you decide to have a spouse, your spouse is more important than your parents. This would shock a lot of Africans because, like I said, most Africans have God complex. They would say, oh, you saying that I am your father. Okay. But you have to remember to be, when you're afraid of somebody, that is not love. And if you look at it, most Africans, the relationship they have with their parents is a fear type of relationship. They even resent their parents. I have one guy who always, his mom harasses him. He tells me it's harassment. He's always complaining and crying. So the only thing I can do is, speak the truth. I'm not there to convince him, but the truth is there. And I know he knows what the truth is. But the brainwashing will not let him grow into his true spiritual self. Because if you love your parents, I'm not talking about the fear. If you love your parents, you will be able to tell them the truth and without creating conflicts. But many of you, you will be doing these things. You hate it. You understand it to be what I'm saying here exactly. I know a guy, literally, this guy, he's always complaining about what his mother does to him. This guy, even his immigration status is shaky. So usually Africans that I know, the smart ones, when their immigration status is shaky, what they do is they work hard and send their money out of the country. So in case whatever verdict end up happening, if they get deported, they can, have something to start with. So this fella he was sending the money to his parents, to one of, uncles, whatever. And he got picked up by immigration. They put him in immigration jail. His freedom was taken. Mind you, in jail, people, this is no joke. He's sitting in jail, eating tap ramen. No one is there to save him. But he needed money to bail himself out. He had the amount, his own money. He called his parents back in Africa and said, I shouldn't say parent, to send that amount for him. He's in jail, for him to get out of jail. And they said, oh, come on now. You're all the way in America. Why would, it doesn't make sense for us to send money from here to America. He said, no, you don't understand. I'm in jail. I'm in jail. I need this to be free. They said, be a man, grow up. It comes with the territory. When a man is abroad, there's no type of suffering he shouldn't endure. People, listen to what they said to this man. Over his own money. And he accepted it. When he eventually got lucky, got out of jail. When he got out of jail, do you know this man was even, those same people, started calling him again. He had no job. They were calling him for money. And he would go and borrow money from other people to send to them. Do you guys want to tell me that's not some evil spirit controlling that man? I did not used to believe in these things, but seeing it happen not just to him, but to many other Africans. In fact, when I was growing up, some of my relatives that know me, if you can recall, when there is these ceremonies, weddings, naming ceremonies, if you guys can recall, growing up, you guys have never seen me show up ever. And I was doing it consciously because I did not want to absorb the indoctrination. I didn't want to start having those ideas, but a lot of you got sucked into it. So this is why the things you work for, the money you work for, that's what it all goes into. That's what you spend it into, whether you like it or not. Those people are taking your money, spending it on it. This man was going around borrowing money, sending it to those same people. And on top of that, they kept putting pressure on him, telling him, oh, he needs to get married. So imagine, right? You work for your money. You're the one earning your money. Somebody gets to tell you, if you don't give me your money, you will not be blessed. But I'm the one blessing you. They will shame you for not giving them your money. But it did not just start out of the blue. There's a difference between being exploited and helping. I don't want anyone to mistake this and say, oh, Afridamus is talking about the helping. That's not the part I'm talking about. I'm talking about it happening purposely. Purposely. So this man, I had that conversation with him. He didn't like hearing it, but he called me in a follow-up phone call and said to me, I thought about what you said. He's like, you're absolutely right. And he started telling me how counting things that they've done to him, how much money they've taken from him. That's like a normal story for most Africans. It's a normal story for most Africans. And they don't even know how to resist it. Because they believe if they say no, something bad is going to happen. Now, I'm going to drop the link for people. I want to hear your perspectives. Why do you think the people are afraid to stand up to their own oppressors. And they understand this is a form of slavery. Because if you are a fair individual, fair minded person, you will not think this is okay. Because if you say you're against slavery, this is no different than that. In fact, if you want to know how wicked some of these parents are, I've seen a guy who brought his mom from Ghana. She was supposed to help him with babysitting. He's a single dad. When she got here in America, she just went and got a job, ditched him, and told him to be on his own. She stayed with him a little bit until she got on her feet and just left him hanging. This guy was depressed over that, telling me, "Oh, I can't believe my mom did this to me." I said, "Now you've learned." But let me drop the link. I want to hear what other people have to say. As you know, we can agree to disagree. Okay? But I'm not here to change your mind, and you're not here to change my mind. Just tell me your story. Okay, here comes the link. I just dropped the link in. If you want to come in and say, "Hey, I disagree with this," or "I agree," let me know. And I have seen where people, especially places like in Gambia, where like polygamy is a normal thing. So when the father has several wives, this is not every family, by the way, but many that practice that polygamy. And there's lots and lots of tension in a polygamous family. Some of these fathers, they have they they would have 4 wives or 3 wives, 25 kids. Like they don't even know the kids. So every woman focuses on their immediate children. So if one especially is there, just have one child, and that child is a son, you know, they would form like an alliance with that son. But everybody would say, "Oh, we're all the same family," but it's not really shown in that spirit, if you know what I mean. It's a pretense type of thing. So that's why, if you look at it in Gambia, places like Gambia, Senegal, those places, you would see this young man, even women, embarking on the journey to go, in the Sahara Desert, through the Mediterranean, to go to Europe. A lot of them are pushed by their parents to do that. Some of their parents would even take loan to send their children into that journey. So now, once they do that, that individual, there's total pressure on them. You see the people in the Western world, this is why they get really confused, because it's a lot of pressure on them, a whole lot of pressure. Because if they take a loan, now you have to pay that loan thousandfolds. You can never finish paying the loan, because every single time that you try to say it, like, "Oh, wait a minute, I can't do it," they would remind you, "Really? You know, we are the ones that made this happen for you." So if you are someone's child and they want your progress, don't you think they would work hard and put you in a position that would give you advantage? They would work hard to make that happen. But most of them, they do it as a loan, as a form of loan. And now when they hold that loan over your head, it becomes pressure. This is why you see so many Africans in the Western world, being pushed into things that they don't even want to be in. We have Happy Companion here. I would bring him into the stream. Happy Companion, thank you for joining us here at the report.
Thank you so much.
Where you calling from?
Calling from the Gambia.
From the Gambia. Okay, welcome.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
I'm a
you.
Gambian myself.
Thank you. Oh, you're Gambian. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Like to say, man, you're pretty deep, bro. I mean, you're a good thinker. You're an intellectual thinker, and I've been watching you for the last 2 days. So I saw a video the other day. I think it was about what's happening in the Queens, in the states,
Yes.
and then that's when I subscribed to you. I was like, that was deep. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, that was deep, man. I was like,
you're in the Gambia right now, and
yes, I'm in the Gambia.
So, how long have you been in the Gambia?
For about a year. Let me cut this TV off in the background.
Okay.
Family watching some Niger films right quick.
Yes, that's popular over there. So we'll give him a second to come back. But people, okay. Here comes.
I'm back.
So you've been there for a year, right?
Yeah, about a year, yeah.
So everything you've heard so far, have you observed the same things that I have observed?
In a lot of ways, there's been a lot of things. I haven't seen a lot of your videos, so I apologize.
Oh, I think you're frozen. Yeah, I think Happy Companion is frozen at the moment. Let me try adding him again. There you are. Much better.
Yeah, it's early today. But what you was talking about.
Oh, I think he's got the Gambian Wi-Fi. I don't know if it's raining or not, but DMF was trying to come in too. So DMF, go ahead, hit the link. But people, just think about it. Ask yourself this question. The only other people that, I don't know any other people that purposely, like they would send their kids, hold that over their head.
Maybe if I stop the cam, it'd be better.
Oh, much better. Can
you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yes.
Maybe if I stop the cam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It may be better. And I was listening to the first part of your live, and what you mean. A lot of things you make sense. I'm trying to think of what you mean by that, but I think that a lot of it is to do with the fear of the oppressor and what's been going on to keep us battling each other. And
but you see, Happy Companion, let me put this to you, right?
Yeah.
You're from America, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And I assume you're familiar with how the former American slave plantations were set up.
Yes.
Okay, we've all read it. So if you think about it, like the slave master, any child that is born on that plantation belong to the slave master, right?
Yes.
They don't have to necessarily put chains on this child, but all the teachings, what they're teaching this child, only benefits them.
Yes.
It doesn't benefit the child because they're taking that child's soul. They want the child to belong to them. Right? So that slave doesn't have to be within the vicinity of that master for that slave to do what the master wants them to do.
exactly.
So it's the same thing in this modern day. I can guarantee you, if you speak with some people and they tell you their honest truth and you listen carefully and think about it critically, you would see exactly what I'm saying.
Hmm.
But I see it as a spiritual thing, spiritual bankruptcy. What do you say to that?
Exactly, and and it's the mothers who really taught us this way of life. Coming from perspective from the diaspora, where I'm coming from. And they always and our grandmothers and the mothers. And not to say it's their that they did it to hurt us, but they did it to protect us
That's
because
all
they
they
didn't want
know.
us. That's all they knew. Yeah, that's all they
Hmm.
know. It's like, hey, be careful out there. Make sure you um, be good, clean. It's like watch out for them. Have us very fearful of them, and to keep us safe. But that safety also made us, intimidated and feel like less
Docile,
of
you know,
docile. Home. Go ahead, brother.
operating on fear, and fear creates anxiety, it creates
Yep.
confusion,
Yep.
and it makes you slave to,
Yep.
you know uh other beings. So this is
Exactly.
why I say it's a spiritual fair, because the reason why I even focused it on African from the continent, you see, you
Hmm.
gave the same anecdotal evidence, which I know exactly. I've seen it even here in America. It's the same thing. It's similar within the black culture, where the child, the child is made, they make you feel like you owe the mother.
Yes. Yes. And brother, you from the Gambia, and I had this question a lot. I hear it a lot, and it kind of upsets me sometimes to hear it. When the brothers call each other boy here, hey boy, boy, and it's like in the States we call each other the N word. Yo, what's up,
Right.
nigga? It's almost very similar. And from a Gambian brother, do you think that this is part of that, or is this something that's left over from the after independence? We still, I mean, and the Gambia is still calling each other that because it's not calling each other. It's like calling each other brother or your buddy. That's how they
Yes.
get me. That's how they explain it to me.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes. It's not the equivalence of the N word. So
Okay.
it's just like, it's not the same meaning. They just like, hey, that's my boy, so
Okay.
that, yeah. So they just say, hey, boy, boy, but it's not from the European context.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that because I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, because when I heard it, someone called me that one time. It was a taxi driver. He was helping me with my with something. He was carrying. Boy, I'm like, it kind of shocked me. But I was like, okay. But now they call me uncle sometimes. People call me
Yeah.
uncle. They don't call me that.
Yeah.
You know
Like
what I'm saying?
if you're like in an area where it's mostly they speak Mandinka, like,
Yeah.
like the younger ones, they would say to you, Kotoke, meaning,
Hmm.
big brother, or Nakeba
Yes.
still means big brother, or
Okay.
if you are in the Wolof area, they
Hmm.
would say Magji or Sumakoto, Magji.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but if they call you, someone say boy, they don't really mean it in the American context,
Mm, mm.
because like, I've heard people, has anyone ever referred to you as Tubab?
Yes. To Bob, Fula, or
Full, yes,
Nigerian, or
yes,
Nigerian. Those
yeah.
three
So
things.
I've seen videos where people would be offended that they said, oh, these people call me Tubab. They don't really mean that, like you're a
They don't.
white person, but
Okay.
just you're from the Western world.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's not like in the context that you are the individual, you're white. It's in the
Yeah.
context like, oh, from the Western world.
Okay. Okay. From the
Yeah,
Western.
from the
Okay.
West.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because
Look.
even most people like myself that's lived in the West for so long, I'm sure like some people would refer to me as that. But mind you, I'm
Okay.
from there.
Yes. Yes. I see what you're saying.
Yes.
I've been here, trying to, immerse myself, and I'm studying Fula a little bit now, and studied Swahili years ago. I spent time in Kenya and Tanzania as well, and so for me, it's like coming back here is to reclaim a lot of things that was taken
Right.
from us, man. So, and I'm really open. My eyes open, my ears open. My eyes, I'm watching and learning and trying to absorb this, and I'm just trying to not be offensive and just go with the flow and just feel this vibe here, brother. I have
Yeah.
Nigerian cousins I discovered through DNA. Yeah, and their household
Oh man, I think we lost him there. But he will join us. Let's have DMF. DMF, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You all
Hey,
right there,
thank
sir?
you. Hey, thank you for coming to the Afridamus Report.
No problem. It's a pleasure.
So, what do you think about everything you've heard so far?
Um, it's um, it's on point in regards to what you're talking about. Everything's. I mean, as I always say to you, I mean, I'm always in agreement because of we've got similar experiences. Is I'm coming from in terms of obviously being from the motherland and then coming to the Western world. You know what I mean? So a lot of the things that you say, I'd say that it just goes hand in hand.
You
I
see,
respect what you're saying because it's the truth. You're talking the truth.
DMF, I heard you talk
Yeah.
about this similar topic last
Yes.
last week or so. There was a woman that was
Yeah.
on UN's channel, and she was talking about
Yeah.
Ghana. Ghana put a spiritual hex on Black Americans,
Yeah.
and you were talking about that. Can you do you believe that happened?
Well, I mean, as I always say before I get into this conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I only talk about things that I have experienced. I don't
Right.
talk about what someone says. So, from my experience, these
Mm-hmm.
things are possible and
Right.
these things happen. And it doesn't, it's like it wouldn't happen, if you just went there for a holiday and you did not know no one. It wouldn't happen. If you have family members there, you know what I mean, and they're obviously envious because these things always take place through that family association. You see
Right.
where I'm coming from? Because remember, you've lived it. You was fortunate enough to leave Africa. You came into the Western world. You've now come back. They will always see you as different because obviously you've had that time to get away, something that they may always wanted to obviously do themselves. So you've now come back, the jealousy kicks in. And when I speak about these topics, I try to generalize it as much as possible because this is not just for Africans. Jealousy runs in all human beings.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when you're obviously breaking these things down, we need to clarify that we're not just talking about just Africans or just black people or just white people or Asian people. This happens in all society. You see what I'm
Spiritual
saying? People
warfare
get
is
jealous.
everywhere.
Of course, yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, white people do it, but you see that the difference between white people and black people is that white people use it to help their people. black people use it to do negative things. You
Yeah,
see where I'm
but
coming from?
DMF.
Like, for example,
Okay,
someone can I just say this one thing?
go
Someone
ahead.
told me a story. Yeah, I was talking to someone else about this spiritual stuff, and the person told me a story about a woman that he knew that was a witch. Right, this is years ago. Right
Right.
now, he said that this white woman used to help the husband to get better jobs with her witchcraft. But when it comes to black people now, from what I've noticed and from what I've seen, most of the time is always to try to destroy another.
This
This
is
is why
true.
when I hear people talk about this is why when I hear people talk about black people, we're gonna get together to unite to help each other to try to liberate ourselves from all this struggle of trying to find a job or starting a business or whatever it may be. Everything that happens to black people as a whole, we do it to ourselves. No one does it to us. Everything, the way people perceive us, we do it to ourselves. The way we conduct ourselves, we do it to ourselves. The way we sit there and we'll be arguing and arguing about things that are not needed, we do it to ourselves. Every
So
time a black person gets something, yeah, go on, sorry.
DMF, what you're
Yes.
saying here, this is very interesting. Okay, where do you think these behaviors that you are, talking about, where do you think they come from?
These behaviors comes from being in a home where the parents themselves did not show discipline or did not have, I should say, that conditioning to actually pass on to their kids for their kids to
Okay,
have those kind of, yeah,
but
sorry, go on.
but so you live in the Western world and you're an African, right?
Yes.
Okay. So these things that I'm saying here, I'm sure you've run into other Africans who have gone through this or they are either going through it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, this is something, as I said, it's a general thing. This is something that, other Africans, I mean, I could tell you stories upon stories, where, I'm gonna tell you one of the stories. There's a guy that I knew years back. This is in the 90s, right? And his uncle had 25,000 pounds. He wanted to take it back to Ghana to go and start a business. The uncle goes back to Ghana. Can you believe the family kills the uncle and takes the money?
Wait. They killed the uncle. Not that I'm
They killed
shocked, but they did it physically or through the spiritual, like black magic.
it's through the spiritual ways of how they do things, which is black magic. Because you see, the thing with black magic is that it's difficult to prove that this person done it, that person done it. Because imagine if I saw a spaceship and I come and tell you, oh, I saw a spaceship. Because you never saw it, you're always going to tell me, oh, what I'm talking about is rubbish. You see where I'm coming from? And
Right.
this is what black magic is. It's because to the untrained eye and to those who don't have that spiritual insight, they don't see what's going on. So if you were to tell a person that's spiritually redundant, they will never understand what you're going with what you're trying to explain to them. To their knowledge, you're just talking some next, I don't know, some alien language that they've never heard before, or you're basically crazy or you're mad. And this is the narrative that people push when you try to awaken in them. You know what I mean? For in terms of making them see that the life that we're living is not just the physical realm. There's also a spiritual realm. And as you said before, and as I've said before, this has always been a spiritual fight.
So if you look at it, like you said, they killed this uncle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, proceed. So they killed the uncle. Go ahead.
They killed basically what they done. They because their uncle had an issue, like a leg issue already, right? So what
Right.
they done, every time they cooked him food, they used to put something in his food.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept on consistently doing that. You know what I mean? So what happened was that this person I knew, his mother is also, let me even before going further, let me just put something out there. Majority of Africans do these black magic as if they're having a wash. It's like it's just second nature. You see what I'm saying? It's just an everyday thing to them. Like how you get up in the morning and brush your teeth. This is something standard to them. They don't see nothing wrong with it. So imagine we're trying to push for.
Exactly my point.
Yeah. So imagine we're trying to bring Africans together, and we all have the same motivation to try to get together collectively to try and achieve something. But you've got people within this organization that are trying their best to try to suppress the others from even lifting off. How can anyone be able to achieve anything? How can
this is my whole point. This is the whole point. I'm glad you're saying this, because this BlackTax itself, is mixed up with this spiritual thing that Africans believe in so much, and there's issues with it. And for some reason, the people are also afraid to speak about it. We have Happy Companion. I'll bring him on again.
Thank you.
Go ahead, DMF. Oh, sorry. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
I can hear you guys now.
Yeah, you can hear us, Happy Companion.
Yeah.
Maybe if you go to the avatar, maybe that would help again. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yes.
That's perfect. That's perfect. So, Happy Companion. So, for what you've heard DMF say, what we're talking about here, this spiritual thing, you are over there in Gambia. It's I don't know if you're aware, the place is very spiritually dark. A lot of the people, yes, they're gonna tell you that they're Muslim, or Christian, but if you look at a lot of the practices, if you read the book, it doesn't match what's either in the Quran or in the Bible. So the practices are centered around what they call, the African belief system itself, where they believe in, going to the marabu, where sacrifices are made. Because I've made some videos here about the political tension there. So are you aware of that part of the culture?
Yes, I became aware of it since my time here. I haven't been to any places where they practice it, but I heard that a lot of the sisters here they use it, they practice it, and I think it's called Juju.
Juju,
So
yes.
yeah, Juju. So I've seen some people with them on. They have like little maybe uh, uh, white things tied up or something around the waist, something like that, or they put them on top of the doorway on top. When you walk in, it's some type of thing that they collect and they put on top of the doors. So yeah, and people often tell me to be careful, if I drink or eat anything. And I think I pretty much had some experiences with that, as far as people trying like that on me a little bit, but not to laugh at the belief system. No. Just because I have for me, even if I'm Muslim, whatever, but even if I'm not, I'm not trying to bring my faith in this at all, to be honest with you. But because I respect everybody still, but I just I believe that if it's going to affect you if you believe in it and you will let it happen. But I believe that even if you don't have that, if you think you're still strong, it can affect you, because there is. It's a lot of truth in it, and it's actually, even in Islam, it does mention things like that. People practice it.
Yeah, these are evil practices where a lot of people don't like talking about. Just like Shaka here said, he said, if you talk about this, and Shaka is African, if you talk about this, people are going to think you're crazy. This topic that we're tackling here, some people are going to think this is really, really crazy. But this here is definitely the biggest obstacle for African progress and for Africans. to realize true freedom, true spirituality. Because in order for an individual, think about the process you have to go through to eventually believe these things. And there is a fear factor with it. Because if you watch, I mean, you watch the Nollywood movies, right? Nigerian
Yes.
movies.
Yes.
So they depict lots of things there which are totally true, because a society, when they make movies, there's, it's based in
Yeah.
some sort of truth, even though it's a bit exaggerated. But what the movie is centered around is what people know, right? The structure, the structure of that society. So what DMF is saying here, like, I don't know if you've heard this. There was a lady that came on the UN's channel. She believes that Ghana have put this curse, hex on, diasporan blacks to capture their minds so that they can return back to Africa. But you see, some people would be quick to dismiss her. She sounded crazy, right? But then I thought about it. I thought about the African concept. Because if you look at Ghana, 100%, the year of return, the programs they have, they truly still believe that African Americans, like diasporan blacks, belong to them. Because majority of the people that were taken there, so they still believe they belong to them. So if they believe that, how else, if they want to capture their attention again, if black spiritual magic is what they believe in, isn't it something to explore? Yeah, I think his thing was acting up. DMF, unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, DMF, did
I'm
you hear
here.
that question? So I know you elaborated on that, and you believe that there was a possibility for that to happen. Can you speak on that?
A possibility for what to happen, sorry.
The woman was saying that
She
Ghana.
no, basically that woman was talking about her whole experiences. She didn't say that Ghana as a whole has put a spell on Black Americans. She was just talking about her experiences. You know what I mean? She was very graphic in what she was talking about. And that's what obviously caught my attention, because a lot of the things that she spoke about, you know what I mean, this is what we had to endure. You see what I'm saying? So for me, it was touching um to hear someone else's ordeal, even though I wasn't happy that she had to experience that, just like we did. We wasn't happy that we had to experience that. You know what I mean? It was just how can I call it, refreshing to hear someone else's experience that was similar to ours. Because and even when she spoke, people still would refer to me as the Juju man and all this other stuff. And something about life is that, you see, when you're very ignorant and you don't listen, there's a saying, what you don't hear, you'll feel. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So when you're trying to explain things to people, and the people choose to be asleep and they don't want to listen, one day I don't wish nothing like that on anyone, but sometimes I believe that some people need to learn, and they need to experience these things to learn. Because it's like, for example, imagine how many people have come up and told these kind of stories. Imagine all the backlash that they got from telling these stories. Imagine people that turned away from them thinking that they were crazy. Imagine a lot of them that are in mental homes right now, that people actually believe that they're telling some weird stories, or they're just making it up. People are not crazy. You know what I mean? If someone experiences something, that's why, you see, before I used to be naive like that. But see, now when I see someone talking to themselves, I know they're not crazy. they're definitely talking to someone that maybe you and I cannot see, but they're talking to someone, because there is 7 different realms, you know. So if there's 7 different realms and we are in the one realm here, there's 6 obviously left, isn't it?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's where a lot of people, like, for example, you've got this so-called psychologists and so-called like mental institution and stuff like that. You know, one
But
thing I hate about the English language is that it tries to implement and also try to narrow down with words what things are. And most of the words that they use in the English language has not got one meaning. It's got lots of different meanings. That's why personally, for me, I call the English language the devil's language. You see what I'm saying? Because nothing that is said in the English language means one thing. For me, when it comes to spirituality, it's either it is or it isn't. There is no, or it is, it was, it wasn't, it was there. You know what I mean? There's no kind of, this is why life becomes complicated. Because human beings in general, we make life complicated. We make it seem as if something is so major, and it's not.
So
Go on, sorry.
we have a comment here from Amilcar. He said, Afridamus, you too work to believe in Juju. So do you think, like, I know Amilcar is talking about the physical Juju itself. He's questioning it, but I'm talking about, I want people to explore where the control itself comes from, because there's a lot of Africans complaining about it. There's a lot of Africans getting scammed, exploited by people that even, they're family members. It seems like there's a power hold over them, like
You see,
complete.
can I
It's like there's this dark force controlling them to do whatever those people ask them to do.
can I just say something, right?
Go for it.
You see, you see, there's some people that even in the Bible it says there were some people that God was trying to convince, yeah, when he was getting his disciples together. But you can't convince everyone. You see where I'm coming from? You can do whatever you want. You can try and tell them the best. You could even when Jesus showed, like, done his how do you call it, his what do you call it, he done all his miracles. There were still people that still did not believe, even though they saw the miracles. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
one thing I've learned in life is this: trying to explain something to a fool, it's like basically talking to, I'm like a wall. You know what I mean? There's no need to explain something to someone that don't understand what you're talking about. Because see, when you're spiritually redundant, that means you're disconnected from your essence. You don't know from which way you came from. So if you don't know from which way you came from, I cannot be your educator. You have to educate yourself. You have to go through certain things. One thing about wisdom comes with time. So if someone has not had a lot of wisdom in their life and they're still in the same place, you cannot teach someone wisdom. Wisdom comes with age. So if you have not had that many experiences in your life to actually grasp the concept of wisdom, then me trying to explain something to someone that don't even understand what I'm talking about, I'm just being a fool.
So DMF,
yeah,
do you think, I mean, because there are people who would say, man, I don't believe in this. There are Africans who would tell you this. I know a guy, the same guy whose story I was telling. He would tell me he doesn't believe in this, but we have conversations, and in the conversation, he's always, anytime that I bring the conversation up and remove the spiritual aspect of it, he always resort to saying he's afraid of what is going to happen if he doesn't comply. But he says he's not afraid at the same time. What do you think he's afraid of?
Right. You see, when you're going through these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
things are not normal. Things are not the way. Like, for example, if you didn't have no issues in your life, obviously you'd be living a life where you can breathe easily, things go smoothly for you. Opportunities come your way, things like that. But then people can always attribute these things to maybe you're having a bad day on this and that. Now, you see, when it goes to that kind of way of thinking, then what I then say to these skeptics or these people is that, you see, the problem with thinking that you're having a bad day, you're not really having a bad day. You're getting a spiritual attack, which means something is coming into your aura, your physical being. And basically, this thing is basically, if it's an entity or some form of evil force or whatever it may be, someone could be releasing negative energy towards you. And this is possible that.
Yeah, hold on. Amilcar, you're writing a lot. Amilcar, why don't you hit the link and come and tell us everything that you're writing, so you can give your dispute, or but we're here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is how it is. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Before, I was a sheep. Sheep just follow, right? I was a sheep, just like most of the skeptics that will speak so negatively, right? I was just like them. And when you're a sheep, because you don't know nothing, you only follow the grain, which is basically whatever you believe that you believe that's what you know, and that's what you take as gospel. So to you, anything else that you hear will always come across as something that is utterly rubbish. It doesn't make no sense. You dismiss anything that you hear which is of the norm of what you're used to. And this is the mindset of how you see society has been dumbed down, because whilst these leaders and these so-called people that are in tune with their spiritual side or know about spirituality, whilst they are more, I should say, in tune to everything and doing what they're doing, they dumb down society to make people still believe that these things don't exist. Have you noticed every time there's like a how do you call it, like a someone was to see a spaceship somewhere, they will always have an agent that will come and sit down and try to discredit the fact that there was an alien ship. Why do you think they do that? Because they know that most people cannot handle it. Because they know that when the truth comes out, most people are going to run around like headless chicken. Because most human beings are not equipped. They like living in a lie. They like living in this illusion. They believe that the illusion is the best way to live life. And see, like, living with something that you're so used to, which is your norm, that doesn't elevate you. That doesn't open your mind to nothing. That keeps you in the same lane state.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
DMF, if you look at it, right, we have like Brian over here. He said, and no juju can bring my hard-earned money out of my pocket. So I think most people are misunderstanding what the topic is really about. They are changing it into juju. But I'm talking about the upbringing, because that's all part of to program you so that this, doctrine, this, whatever that is called, so you would be more prone to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because
let me
go for it.
All right. Let me even give you, because obviously now I'm going to be talking to those who can't get on this level that we're talking about. Yeah. You see, when people wearing Nikes on their feet, and I know most of the people that are writing the dumb comments are wearing Nike right now. What do you think that is? That is programming, isn't it?
Right.
That is a form of, trying to get into your head, isn't it?
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? Physically as well as spiritually. People are using images because any kid that sees that Nike sign, they can identify with it. You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
Why do you think advertisers always have a certain criteria who they actually project or target for their goods or their product that they're selling, because they've done studies on these things. They know how the human mind works. So they know whatever product that they bring out, they know who to target it to. They know how to get around them. They know what to put in front of them. They know what colors to use. Why do you think that computer games has become more advanced throughout time?
But I'm saying,
Throughout
right,
time.
for example,
Yeah, go on, sorry.
like as far as this black tax that we're talking about, where
Yeah,
the parents, they program their children to become their
yes.
insurance plan. So
Mm-hmm.
there are many who they don't like this, but knowing what I know, things that
Yeah,
I have seen, where some
yes.
of these parents, some of these relatives, they would go as far as consulting with whatever spiritual black magic thing they believe in, whether it works or not, but they sort this out and they said they're using it on their relatives, and somehow they seem to be getting what they want out of them. So that's what I'm trying to find out. Do you think do you think they are using the black magic, or they just program their children from the time they are little? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, but I just trying to speak to my wife about something. Sorry. Yeah, I heard I'm a Khan. Is it? I'm a Khan, whatever his name it wants to come on. You should come on.
Okay. I'll drop the link for him here. But
Yeah,
yeah, the question.
just let him come on because. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, I said,
Yeah.
when it comes to, like a lot of people who
Mm-hmm.
are victims to black tax, for instance, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I said, some people, there are people go all the way to, consulting spiritual healer so they can have this spiritual control over them, where whatever they
Yeah.
ask them to do, they respond to it.
Yes.
So, do you believe that's what's happening, or they just mentally control them from the time they were children? Amilka,
I think.
mute your mic for now.
Yes, sir.
I think kids in general are
I say,
mostly
let's say, because it's concentrated on like the African teaching
yeah,
more. That's because that's
yeah,
what we're 100% familiar with. Because if
yeah.
we base it on that specifically, it would fit the
Mm-hmm.
answer.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it will. But let's let him speak so we can we can hear what he's got to say, because obviously in the comments he always has a lot to say. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Hey, Amilka, welcome to the show.
Yes, sir.
Where you
Thanks for
calling
having me.
from?
I'm calling from the Netherlands.
From the Netherlands. All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, Amilka, you were writing stuff in the comment section. What do you agree with or disagree with?
Basically, listen, I grew up with Juju. You see, I'm from Guinea-Bissau. In Guinea-Bissau, we call it Irang. You see, all the belts and amulets and stuff like that, I used to wear those. I used to take special beds and stuff like that. All of that shit is in your head. It doesn't work. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that because my parents told me that later on. You understand what I'm saying? So I remember even my father used to have like a glass with a little horn under his bed with alcohol in it. I don't know if you know that, because you
No,
from the Gambia.
I know that Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys
we strong
definitely
on that.
believe in this thing. But
Yes.
Amilka, I want you to think about this also. I don't know if you missed the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know about black tax, right?
Tell me about it.
Okay, for instance,
Hmm.
you know, people travel abroad so they can help their parents whatsoever.
Correct.
But you know, there are other parents who they pretty much they groom their children,
Hmm.
you know, to it's pretty much their product where they put the pressure and say you owe me, where they would even go as far as going to this you know, spiritual thing, putting it on them.
Hmm.
So that's what the topic is. It's not about whether we believe in it or not, but you being somebody that used to believe in it, it's perfect that you came here.
Hmm.
You know, you tell us your experience and
Hmm.
why you no longer believe in it. And
Hmm.
do you think the people are controlled just psychologically,
Hmm.
you know, but the black magic part of it is not real?
I think the part of the magic is not real. I think it's
Okay.
psychological.
Psychological.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I think. That's because you know we have this thing. You know, my parents sent me abroad, so I owe them something. And usually we Africans send money all the time. We send it back to Guinea-Bissau, to the Gambia, wherever, to
Yeah.
help our parents. We do that. Fortunately for me, I came with my parents to Europe at a very young age. But I
Yeah.
used to go, and I go every year. I go back. I haven't been there now in 4 years because of COVID and other stuff. But I used to go all the time. So one time I sat down with my father. We had a real conversation, and I told him, "Listen, all these belts and all these bags that we are taking and stuff like that. Ever did it ever work for you? No. You know when our lives start to improve, when we went to school, got our degrees, invest in technology, science and math. You understand? Because like I said, if our juju worked so good and it's so good juju, how come we just listen? 50% of my country is Muslim. 20 to 25% is how
Traditional belief.
yeah, no, not
A
traditional belief,
Christian.
Christian, and then I think like 14%, something like that, is traditional beliefs. Do you know that we in Guinea-Bissau, we mix the Bible and the Quran, with traditional beliefs? But what does the Bible say? You're not supposed to mix those
Yes,
things
they do
together.
that. They do that in Gambia too.
You see what I mean? Huh?
Yes.
All these things are contradictions. And listen, I had a very good conversation with my father, and he told me, listen, all these things is in your head, Omer. You understand? All these things is in your head. Our president, João Bernardo Vieira, the one who did the coup against Luis Cabral, who was the brother of Amilcar Cabral. When this guy when this guy got to power, when he did the coup, every single interview on the television, you saw him with the amulets, with the rings, you know, from the Iran. Huh? You saw him with those things. Do you know that he got killed violently?
Yes,
All
I
that
I, I know about
you
that.
you know, nothing of that works. My cousin got 9 years.
So
Huh?
so what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm,
So because there are some Africans who believe if they don't send this money, it's like a pressure on them. They
mm-hmm,
believe there's a bad omen, you know,
mm-hmm,
bad spirit. The
mm-hmm,
curse is going to be upon them. They're not doing it because they love their
mm-hmm,
parents. They think they're, you know, there's like a dark force
mm-hmm,
that controls them.
mm-hmm.
How, you know, how do you explain that to people that believe in that?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. You know, when my father stopped believing in that, it's when he became a Jehovah's Witnesses. So he went from
One extreme to the other.
one extreme to the other extreme. So I told him, so now you think like why Jesus is gonna come and save you? I said,
You know
you better
what?
off believing. I said, you better off believing in the Juju. You grew up with Juju. Juju is your traditional beliefs. So you're gonna now exchange Juju for white Jew Christ, Jesus Christ, for white Jesus. He told me, no, it's not about the color and stuff like that. I said, it's not about the color. Why do they say that is a Jew from Israel? Jews are not black. You understand what I'm saying? Huh?
Right.
So all this Juju, I'm telling you, that's why I don't like when people come online. And I know that, listen, that's my opinion. When they come online and they start spreading this Juju stuff, we have a lot of young Africans in Europe here working and studying. It's hard enough not to put the fear of them that Juju is the thing, it's going to hold you back. No, just do finish your school. You'll see your life will improve. You don't need Juju.
Okay, that's no. See, I think nobody's saying they need this.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But do you
about
believe in it, brother? Do you
no,
believe in Juju?
no. That's what I'm trying to explain here. There is
Okay,
a
okay.
there
I
is a
came in
way
late. Sorry.
people. There is a
Can I
DMF.
please
Go ahead,
interject?
and I'm going to bring Ojuju taxation soon. Ojuju, just hang tight.
Listen, I know I'm going to lose this one because a lot of Africans believe
Right.
in Juju, so I'm in the I'm in the
Right,
minority. But
right.
go on.
I'm not talking about
Right,
as far
right.
as the
No,
belief
no,
itself,
wait.
but
Now
what
wait.
they
You know,
use.
you know,
Go ahead, DMF.
Mm-hmm.
DMF, go ahead.
like this conversation for me from my end anyway is
Mm-hmm.
about what we experienced. I'm not promoting Juju to tell people that it can do this, you'll do that to you. I only talk about my experiences.
Okay.
I don't spread fear onto anyone. I speak
Mm-hmm.
about what I experienced with my wife. So if if I experience something and then I come online and I say this is what I
Mm-hmm.
experienced, and then on that same live,
Mm-hmm.
someone else comes on, I
Mm-hmm.
think 2 days after on UN's show, and then
Mm-hmm.
the person speaks and
Mm-hmm.
tells, I don't know this person. She's from the
Mm-hmm.
USA. She tells the same similar story to what we experienced. How then am I spreading Juju lies and all this other stuff? Because I don't do Juju. I don't believe in these things. But I believe that it works. I may not believe in something, but I've seen what it can do. You see where I'm
How do
coming
you?
from? This is why you have to keep an open mind because.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, sorry,
Okay.
go on.
No.
We
Go
just
on. Go on. Sorry.
hold on, guys. Wait. We just have Ojuju taxation. Let's hear what Ojuju taxation have to say. Ojuju, welcome on the show.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot for having me
And
on.
were you calling from Ojuju?
I'm out in Ireland, bro.
Ireland. Welcome to the show. So Ojuju, I was talking about black tax, and I look at it from the psychological point of view, where African parents, most of them, not all, but most, they would indoctrinate their children to become their insurance plan. Some would go as far as using psychological things such as like the dark spiritual thing. That this is where the Juju thing all came into play. So many believe in it, and I want to make it clear myself, I don't believe in it because obviously I don't subscribe to it, you see. But there are people that believe in it. But these dark forces, do I believe that they exist? Absolutely, they do exist. But if you don't give power to them, they can never do anything to you. So Ojuju, can you tell us what you've heard so far? What do you have to add to this?
Now what I'm gonna say is this, right? I don't think I'm the big Juju guy, and I don't believe in Juju a lot as well. A lot like
No,
yourself.
Ojuju, I'm not, no, I'm not here to judge you. It's a
No, it's
beautiful.
all right.
In
It's all
fact,
right.
your name is beautiful. We like the name. So, you're here to
But
collect your taxes. Drop it, Ojuju.
no, but the thing what I'm gonna say is this, right? As with most other things in life, I think because I believe voodoo and dark forces they do exist. However, you need a spiritual connection to it. Most of us we don't have that spiritual connection. Now, I was the guy in the chat, Brian, that said that no juju can bring money out my pocket. Now, mind you, I wasn't listening to the show from the very start,
Yes.
so I think I missed that as well. So I missed
Oh,
the
okay,
whole
okay. So
original
now
premise.
that you've had this added to the information,
Yeah,
and understanding it from what I've just told you, what do you have to say to that?
I think once again to be under the influence of voodoo, black magic, whatever you want to call it, you yourself you have to be in spiritual connection with that thing. Our mind controls us a lot. Our indoctrinations controls us a lot. You know what I mean? Like you yourself, Afridamus, I've seen some videos of you on YouTube. You build your body, right? Like a bodybuilder or some
Right.
stuff like that. So you
Yes.
understand this concept of mind muscle connection to
Right.
get greater, to get bigger. Like things like that also helps from a spiritual perspective. Me, I'm not a great juju guy, so I really wouldn't know those stuff. But to address your the parent and children thing, right? What I'm gonna say is that it's more of a cultural indoctrination from an African perspective. Now let's look at how many of us do we know in our African countries that we have siblings who are like 30, 40 years of age still living with their parents with
Plenty
the,
of them. It's
you
like
know what I mean?
the African never. They wouldn't. That's my whole point. They never grow up, and if you can never grow up, how can you achieve, higher
Yeah,
spiritual attainment? Meaning understanding yourself. And I'm
of
glad you
course.
brought the bodybuilding as an example. Yes, I lift weights, right?
Mm,
Bodybuild, which requires lots and lots of discipline. It's mind over body. Because
mm.
your body has limits, but your mind doesn't. If you strengthen it, you can achieve anything with it. So so I'm saying that instead of people, because you can break the cycle of that, believing in that black magic, where you become spiritually bankrupt and end up being the slave to somebody, even
Mhm.
your parent, you see, because that's this, that weakness.
Exactly.
A lot of the brothers you talk about, they're even afraid to move on their own.
Yeah, exactly. And just let me hold you on that point, right? Because it
Yeah.
comes to, once again, these guys have not achieved the basics of life to start off with. They've not moved out. So how do they achieve the spirituality, like the spiritual fulfillment and stuff? Is because, like you said, they're kind of weak inside because they have the excuse of, oh, our African economies are poor, so there's nothing we can do and da and stuff and all
But
that
what
stuff is
about what
super
about
very hard.
how are they able to, the people they continue to control even today in the Western world? They are like I said, they are the retirement plan. Because I've
Yeah,
talked to some who, there's a difference between helping, and the person actually feeling entitled, saying, I brought you in the world, I own you. And they would
it's
even go to the
it's
juju man.
part of that cultural indoctrination. Because us as Africans, we have a very babyish culture. We
Hmm.
baby people a lot. We pamper people a lot and adults. Like when I remember when I was when I was about 14 years of age, I had 34-year-olds in the house. And they think for some reason there's some kind of God figure in the house and stuff like that. Now think about the parents that are housing those kids, right? Those people. You hardly find stuff like that happening in the West, in the USA's and all across Europe. You hardly find 30s, 40s still in their parents' house. There's
Oh,
a culture of moving on at a very young age. So you know
oh
what
no,
I mean? So
trust me, no. Actually, now though, there's a lot of consistent beta males. That's what I call them, who are living in their parents' basement. That here doesn't have anything. That's just that mama's love they have. You know what they say, mama's love is so special, but that mama's love is what kills you. That's what's killing
yeah.
the Africans, because the African woman is the one that's active in this dark spiritual force thing.
Yeah, but the thing
Which
is that even in the West, there are very few of them that you would find. So just like I would say, it's if people feel that cultural obligation to look after certain people, just like the parents will look after their kids. That's not necessarily any black magic controlling them as the parents.
But what
When
about
the
the ones
kids,
that are making their kids believe that?
yeah, but once again, that's part of the cultural indoctrination. That there are some of them that do that, but in most cases, like the people, there are a lot of people that I see in Ireland here, like that, they're looking after their parents and as much people in their family as much as they can because they feel that it's part of the culture. Almost like it's part of the culture. They feel that obligation to do it. A lot of us don't feel like that. I don't feel like that. There are probably like three people in my family I care enough about, and the rest of them, 'cause I'm from a polygamous family, and the
Yeah.
rest of them, I don't even talk to them. I don't even chat to them. If they text me, I wouldn't even reply to them. Just because of how disciplined I've made myself. If I have to send people money, all these people money every time, it's about 15 to 20 people in the family. I run broke. I've got bills out here to pay as well. Once again, it all comes to that the indoctrination of the culture. Some of them would make people some parents would make their kids believe that they could use voodoo on them or stuff like that. But that really is not the main problem. The main problem here is that we have a culture that it's just babyish, it's milkish. It's like the parents will harbor kids in the house until they're well in their 30s, and the kids would then have opportunities and then feel some kind of cultural obligation to look after their kids to look after their parents until they pass away or they die or something like that. In the West, you know them well. If you get to a certain age, you're getting put in the ICU.
Well,
We
you
don't do
see,
that. We don't do
that's
that.
good. That's good. You see, so Juju, that means you've broken that type of belief, the curse that they make people, be afraid of, because you sound like you don't believe in it. You don't fit, you don't want to associate with anyone that just wants to take from you. So, that's the whole point of the conversation, to prove to people that if you don't do it, nothing's gonna happen to you. Because
Nothing.
people might think this conversation is crazy, but I have had this with literal grown men.
Yeah.
You guys are laughing,
Grown
but
ass men.
literally they believe if they don't do this, there is a bad omen, dark spirit. Something bad is going to happen to them.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So listen to this. So I grew up in Portugal. So Portugal, Guinea-Bissau is an ex-colony from Portugal.
Right.
So the kids, they stay also at home until they are stable. They have their wife and family, then they can move out. Once I moved to the Netherlands, I was about 16, 17 years old. So I came to the Netherlands. You see kids when they're 18 with their own house, cars, and everything.
Mhm.
Huh? But now let me tell you something. If you go here to any church that you want to go, you won't see any young people in the church. You know what they are doing?
Working.
Behind their computers,
Mhm.
working, developing, how do you call it, apps, programs, and stuff like that. And look at them and look at us. You understand what I'm saying? Look at the African countries. We believe in these things instead of believing in science and technology. We are in our basements offering goats and chicken instead of going to schools, finish your school. That's what your future. That's how you can help your family. I send money back home too. I don't have to, because the
Right.
people that are asking me, I don't send money to them. You understand? I send to the ones that I want to send. And I'm like Juju taxation unit. There are only a few family members of mine that I help. Others, they just take. And when you want something from them, you don't receive anything. You understand? I'm telling you, this Juju stuff. And listen, me and DMF, he said he was going to do, I don't know what to me, whatever. I don't care about that. You understand? If he can do Juju, he said he had my picture, let him do something. But you know how he offered to come and beat me up?
No, let's
email.
not
Wait. Just
let's not get
email,
off.
to
Let's not
technology.
get violent here.
No, listen. I'm done. I'm done. Listen. I'm done with that. Listen. I wouldn't even hurt another African here or wherever. But the way he asked to come and see me was through email, to technology. Why don't you do it for your Juju then? That's
Okay,
it.
let me answer that.
Okay,
No, because you just said something.
Amilcar,
Let me answer that.
You said his name, so just allow him to respond.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Right. Now, I don't know you, right?
Correct.
I don't know you. So for me to just come off and say the things that I said, obviously it must have come from a place where I felt like you was disrespecting me. You see where I'm coming from?
Brother, words.
I'll never come on someone's live and be typing and saying to the person, give me your wife's email address.
No, why did I say that first? Why did I say that? Why
you
did
see
I
where
say
I'm coming from? You don't do stuff like that, because
no.
You know,
I did that. Why did I say that? I said that after you told me to send you my email address, because I said Juju was was bullshit. And I said, me.
Yeah, but
me.
wait,
I beat up a Juju man because he was harassing me and putting all these pamphlets
Fine.
in my
But the
mailbox.
point-
That's what I
the
said.
point-
And then you came in,
the point-
you called me all types of fool and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying.
No,
You don't know me
mate,
like I don't know you,
mate.
brother.
Nah,
You understand?
Wait. It did not
Yeah.
go the way you're saying it. It did not go the way, because remember,
Go
I
to the
don't
live
come
stream.
on live and
Yeah.
be typing the way you type, you know. I don't
Yes,
do that.
that's yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
Okay.
I come and I
Yeah.
say what I need to say on live. I speak so everyone can hear my experience or what I'm talking about. But I will not type things to someone I don't know. That's not me. You see where I'm
No,
coming
but
from?
I'm
But that's what
typing.
you do.
I'm giving commentary.
You know, I
I'm
don't
giving
do that.
commentary to the things that I
Yeah, but
understand
okay.
it.
If I don't, if I did not like something, yeah, or I hear someone talking about something I don't like, all I do is change the channel.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not going to say
Wait,
something
guys,
about
guys,
someone that I don't know.
Hold on.
Listen,
Yeah,
You
man.
know, it doesn't make
getting me.
sense.
Amilcar,
It makes
Amilcar,
sense,
wait,
okay.
Amilcar.
Yeah, okay.
Give me a second. Okay. Obviously, Amilcar, you brought this up, right? I know that you say you don't believe in Juju whatsoever.
Yes,
So
sir.
is the honest truth, did you bring it up because you're scared of, the MF would be able to truly put this hex on you, but you don't want to admit it? Is
I'm
that
afraid of Juju.
no? Are you
Of
like
course not, man.
because I noticed you came here, you're talking about it. I sense a little bit of worried in your voice.
No.
Is
Not at
that
all.
are you like scared?
Listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. He said he had my picture. Huh? See how I came in, showing my face. Let him do it.
I have never. Listen.
Then he was a troll. I don't know, but he was a troll. Okay, brother. Let me just finish, and then you can reply. Let me just finish.
Okay, go on. All right.
Okay. Listen. No, listen. The thing that I was doing, I was giving. You see, you have a show also, right? He said if you don't like the show, just change the channel. I like the show. The only thing that I disagree with was that he was saying that Juju this, Juju that. Is his experience? I understand that. I was just typing in that I don't believe that. I think that's rubbish. That's what I said. You understand? And that's my right. I was enjoying the show. Only that part, I was like, yeah, that woman came in. Yeah, I had things in my Juju this, Juju that. Come on, man. Do you seriously? The way that woman came in, I think it was the
what
only
started it, right? Is that you said you're going to kick me in my face or punch me in my face or something like that?
I said the Jude, brother. See, you don't read. You don't like reading. I said the.
I don't like reading.
That.
Mate, you wrote there that you're gonna punch in my face.
No. I didn't say you. I said
it's there. It's there.
That was coming.
No.
Wait. I said the Jude. Hey, go and read the chat. Go and read the chat.
I've read it 3 times. I read it 4 times before I even spoke about it. I read it 4 times.
You're lying, bro.
4 times.
Guys,
I don't need to lie. Guys, I don't need to lie. I read it 4 times. You wrote there that you're gonna punch in my face. I don't even know you.
I said the Juju man. And if you want me to punch in your face, you can come. Just come.
All right, guys. Let's not punch each other in the face, because
I'm showing my face. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. Because we can just use words and exchange this, because there are a lot of people watching. The people, they really they want to learn about these things. We even have the Ojuju tax unit over here,
exactly,
coming in. And the only reason why I even said, it sounds like, at first I thought maybe Amilcar was worried, maybe, DMF, because of the picture he's in, he might have been scared, but he's not scared. He's proven that. So, Ojuju.
Of course, maybe obviously he's scared, of course. I can see that he's scared. I can see.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. Listen, brother, listen. You see, like a listen. You see, look at him. Look at him. Listen to him. Listen. Every time that type of speaking goes laughing.
So, are you guys familiar with, because I know a lot of you are saying, no, we don't believe in this, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you guys know, like, especially African women from around West Africa, like Gambia, Mali, Guinea, those places, Guinea,
Guinea
they,
Bissau, Guinea
yeah, they are
Conakry, yeah,
really they are really into this voodoo stuff. So are you guys telling me that these people, their husbands, right? The way you see them, are you guys familiar with Simp, the Simp Chronicle?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys see a lot of African men, they are simps, right? So are you telling their women believe that they've put spell on them, this juju spell? Do you guys think these guys are just naturally simps or they are being controlled by the juju?
I think
Or Juju, you go first.
their environment have made them simps. Because I grew up in that sort of an environment as well, where it's like, if in some ways kind of good and bad, because the a lot of young men, and I say young men, I mean in their 20s, these are young boys coming up, right? When I was much younger, and what you find out is that they believe that they are the breadwinner, even in their
Actually,
little
oh Juju, before you continue, what country are you from in the continent?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay, keep going. Oh yeah, Nigeria. I've met some Nigerian super simps. I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about they take simping to a whole new level. So I
yeah.
wonder if they are just being captured by the juju or they just
No,
simps.
as I'll say, it's the environment. So this is what I'll say, right? In Nigeria culture, we believe that the man is ought to be the head in everything. That comes with its negative implications as well. So you ought to be the head in your premarital relationships. So when it's like boyfriend and girlfriend and stuff like that, you have to do your best to provide for the woman as well. That's actually the belief. And if you listen to a lot of Nigerian music, you send that's is very promoted within our music as well. Like the love, I love you this, I love you that, I'll buy this for you, Molly Chanwa, this, that, I'll paint the town red and green for you for your sake. Like you know what I mean? So people this adds to the environmental dynamics that brings these young men up. So when they grow up, they feel like they have to put their heads on the line for a woman, as so long as that woman is submissive to them. You,
Have
if
you
you
have
want
you
this,
when you
I
were
have the
growing,
extra
right?
one. Mm.
Did you were you familiar with this where they would tell you, hey, if this girl give you something, they give you food, don't eat it.
Not necessarily in our culture. In our culture, she is meant to give you food. She
No,
is
no,
meant to
what I'm
cook.
saying, because you don't just because I've seen where because they believe that these women would put the juju juice in the food, you know?
Mm.
I mean, like I'm telling you, sometimes they would use this juju juice to even wash their private part with it and put the juice in the food because that is supposed to, you know, keep
Yeah, I
your
mean
attention.
the only time I've heard of those stories are with like restaurants and commercial food. Like people do that with their food in restaurants, so it's sweeter, it tastes better, and
Oh God! Oh
customers have
Lord!
to come back.
What's wrong with just regular seasoning?
I don't understand, but I think I mean there are a lot of stories. Many of these are not true, of course, but then it that's the only extent to which I've heard stuff like that. Or maybe some women believe in those stuff and they try doing things like that, but I don't think that's necessarily what works. If once again, if the man doesn't have that mind, that psychological connection with voodoo, it wouldn't work for that person. The two parties, all parties involved, need to be need to have that connection. They need to be all into it 100% for them. Like you can't use voodoo on someone that's not on the same field as you, not on the same plane. If you didn't go to the shrine with that person, it wouldn't work on that person. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
That's just what I believe. So it's once again, from what I know about Nigerian culture, the popular culture in Nigeria, we are taught that men ought to be
But
above ahead of their women in every phase of the relationship, and the women have to submit to them, and therefore the men have to become simps and act like the women can't provide for themselves. And like I've got stories that women would do men dirty in public and still get no reaction from the man. Why? Because society have taught them a certain way that look, you have
no,
to.
but oh Juju,
Hmm?
if you look at like Nigerian movies, right?
Yeah.
They show a lot of what goes on, kinda.
Mm.
So they show like there's a lot of black spiritual magic things that are used there. The woman would use Juju spirit to try to, you know, keep the woman, like the woman to keep the husband, or they would even use it to
Yes.
kill somebody. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So that's what I mean. But let's allow Amilka also to respond to that and the MF.
So what I know about Juju from Angola, that I heard, is that girls, what they do with food is that I heard something about opening an egg
Doing
and let
what?
the egg, huh? Open an egg.
Repeat that
So
again.
opening an egg
Like
and let it go
chicken's
yeah,
egg.
just a chicken egg.
Okay,
Open
okay.
it
I mean,
while they're making.
I have to ask to be specific because
No,
in
no, understand.
in this juju things, they use a lot of weird things. I want to make sure it's an actual egg. So
Yeah, an egg. While
yeah.
they're making breakfast, they open an egg and then
Mhm.
let the egg run through their body, and then cook the egg. And then they say if the man eats the egg, he'll be always in love with her. I heard that too.
Why does this juju things always involve some nasty stuff? Like
You,
Very
you,
nasty stuff, man.
yeah. From Angola, from women from Angola. Now from Guinea-Bissau, I never heard about that.
wait, they would
They do
take the
that.
egg. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
They would break the
run it
egg
through their body.
to let
Yes,
it run and then go into the
yes,
bowl. Okay, are they?
yeah.
Do they at
And then
least
fry it or
shower? Do
whatever.
they at least shower prior? Is that part
Brother,
of?
they didn't tell me that. I don't know you see what he's asking. I just know they said if you eat the egg afterwards, the man will be crazy in love with her and it will be like a puppy following her. I heard stories like that, but I never seen it. I've been with plenty
But that
women
doesn't
from
mean it's
Angola.
not there.
No,
You're not
I
gonna
understand
see
what I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah, but the
I
thing is that
understand what.
people will try doing it, but I don't believe it
Yeah,
works. I don't believe it.
that's what I'm saying. I don't believe it works either. But I heard about it. You understand? With food, putting things in food and stuff like that. I know even my grandmother used to do juju also. My aunt did juju also. I never seen anything work. My cousin believed in juju. He believed so much in juju that he ended up 9 years in prison because a juju
How?
man told him, well, he was involved in selling drugs in Portugal.
Mhm.
So the juju man made a belt from him. So
A
he was wearing
belt?
the belt and a belt, yeah, a belt. You know the belt that we use. So
Yeah,
first he went to the juju, and we have like these shells. Uh, um, um, we call it combe,
yeah,
in Creole.
yeah.
So
I know you're talking about cowrie shells.
yes, correct.
Mhm.
So he was reading from the shells. That's what he said, and he said, "Yeah, I have to make a belt for you because you are in risk. You are in risk to getting caught while you're doing your business." So he made a belt for my cousin. My cousin use that belt. He said, as long as you use this belt, you will never get caught. So my cousin thought he was invincible. So, when you think you're invincible, you get reckless. He ended up spending 9 years in prison. And when he came out, you know what he said? All that juju stuff is bullshit. I said, yeah, because you got caught. I told you that shit doesn't work. You have to be cautious at all time.
No, no. The
I
thing
don't.
is the simple fact is
That guy wanted money.
the people
That's it.
they practice it. So that's why I'm bringing the psychology here, and try to find an answer for it. So let's allow DMF also to give his take on it. Somebody
Yeah.
has children in the back, whoever that is.
Yeah. Hello.
Who's got,
Can you hear me?
who's got kids?
No, sorry, it's me. Let me mute.
Yeah, mute, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So obviously, I heard what everyone's got to say. In Ghana, like the women will put the how do you call it, their period blood into the sauce.
No
You know what I
way.
mean? For the
Wait,
husband.
wait,
Yeah, that's what they do.
wait. Hold on.
They do that in Guinea-Bissau as well. That's true.
Hold on, guys. Come on.
Yes.
Yes, that's
Brother,
what
you do that in Gambia as well. Come on. In Gambia,
No,
they don't do that in Gambia?
Look,
Look,
this
let
is
me tell
why.
you like this, right? If I hear that my woman done that to me, I will beat Lord. I might kill the woman. I might just kill someone over that, man. No, that's a violation.
No, but it's true. I forgot about that one. It's true. It's true. I heard about that one as well.
It's what
Yeah.
they do. On top of it, it's what they take your.
Wait,
your
DMF.
yeah, yeah.
So you're saying not egg, they're
Yes.
using period.
Now they
blood.
use don't get me wrong. They use eggs. They use period. They use sperm, like a man's sperm. Yeah, like so for example, when you go and have sex with a woman, there's a thing they call sakawa. Yeah.
What is it called?
Sakawa is what sakawa.
Mhm.
Sakawa in Ghana is what they use to make money. So sometimes they can do human sacrifice, or sometimes they can do, and that the human sacrifice can come in a form of. So, for example, if a guy goes to the witch doctor and says, "I want to become rich," so that means that sacrifice will be the woman that he sleeps with. So he can sleep with 10 women, and all the 10 women will die, and he will get money. But then the conditions will be that he cannot wash himself for maybe, I don't know, for like a whole year. And then the house that he buys, he has to go into the house at a certain time and come out at a certain time. This is facts. This is not something that it's hidden. This is, if you want to find out about this stuff is plainly there. And they talk, the thing I learned when I was in Ghana, right? Because remember, before going to Ghana, I came to England as a kid. So when I left the UK to go to Ghana, I was at that time maybe in my 40s. You see what I'm saying? So when I went, and I saw all these things going on, I thought to myself, wow, I didn't know that this stuff actually go on here. So that's why, when I'm trying to explain to Amilcar that when I'm talking, I'm not talking from a point of someone that done it, because the way it sounds like he's even got more experience than I have, because I did not do no black magic. I've never done that in my life. You know what I mean? This is something that I experienced. Pardon?
No, I said you believe in it. I'm saying
no, I don't. No.
Amilcar. For example, like I'm explaining it, right? But it doesn't mean I believe in it. He's not. He's explaining what he's observed.
He doesn't believe in it.
That's
because
yeah.
What I understood when that woman came on.
I don't.
Okay. So when that woman came on, afterwards you spoke and you said, yeah, you see, I told you guys this happens and stuff like that. So I was under the impression that you believed also.
But I'm talking. No. See, you just use the key word. You was under the impression.
Yes,
but that wasn't the impression, because basically I agreed with her because it was similar to what we experienced. It's like sympathizing with someone that's gone through the same things as you've gone through. That's all it was. But I never once said out my mouth that I agree or I believe in it. I don't. I believe in God. I believe in the one true God. I don't believe in no shrines, because unlike yourself, you've actually indulged in black magic. So if anything, you should have even sympathized with me, because you've actually done it. I've never done it before in my life.
No, I never done it. They done it on me. You see, my parents done it on me. I grew up with Juju, so I know.
Oh, they done it to you, okay?
Okay. I was taking the special baths and the water stunk by the way, but I was taking special baths, and I was using this belts and stuff like that. But that shit never worked for me. Never worked for them either.
So Amilcar, when they were making you take those births, right? What was it supposed to do? Was it like one of those where they say it's supposed to be for protection?
For protection against jealous people. Because listen, my family always worked for the government of Guinea-Bissau, most of them. So my mother always told me, listen, you see, we have a caste system in Guinea-Bissau. You understand? So everybody that is under you, you're not supposed to associate with them.
Right.
That's what we do there. So she was saying to me that naturally, a lot of people would be jealous of me. So me, my brothers, and my sister, we had to take baths, special baths, and use this belts and stuff like that for protection. You understand?
Right.
Listen, I got my ass kicked. flaunted exams, everything. That shit never worked for me. Never protected me for anything, from anything. You understand? And then, like I told you, later on when I sat down with my father, we had an honest conversation. He told me, listen, I don't believe in that shit either.
So
You understand?
Okay, so it sounds like you and DMF are on the same page, because he's not saying he believes in it. It's just a misunderstanding. He's just explaining, because someone just wrote. He said that in Ghana they have open shrines. Like because I know, like I see this. You know, I've been seeing it. You know, like from the time I was a kid. So you could see it, but it doesn't mean you necessarily participate in it. I know people. Look, I knew people who were going to look for visa from the United Kingdom embassy, and they go to the Juju man, and the Juju man give them the prayer, whatever, like the sacrifice they're supposed to make. So give them like some type of juju and said, you have to go to the cemetery and dig up a hole next to like someone's grave and put it in. If you bury that juju, according to him, in the cemetery, if he goes to the embassy, if the consular says no to him, then the consular will die. And he believed in it. He paid this juju guy. He goes and he did it, you know? And he goes to the UK consulate. In fact, it just so happened the white lady said no, but nothing happened to her. And you know, like, because I questioned it, and the excuse was, he said it didn't work on her because she's white. So
you
apparently,
see?
Yeah.
Hey, remember your dictator, Jammeh? I saw this documentary that he was doing, like, this Juju also, that he was, I think he was giving people bananas and peanuts.
Yes,
and,
for
and
curing
AIDS. You see what I mean?
HIV.
If you believe in that thing, you get off your meds, that can actually stop AIDS or stuff like, or not stop, but slow it down. Let's say, so you can live a normal life. You understand? You go off those meds and you believe in Jammeh.
Yeah, and then, he made a lot of people. Some of these people stopped taking their antiretrovirals.
Exactly, I saw that, and they died.
Yeah,
they died. So this is what I mean.
Yeah, so you see, like America, this is why the conversation is centered around it, so that people can have logical thinking about it. Because there are people who these things we're talking about here, they literally are scared to talk about it. They don't even dare think about it. So and they believe in it. They will not admit to it to your face, but they truly believe in it. Because you look at even how your reaction was when you thought DMF believed in this.
Yeah, I was coming actually today on some bullshit. I was coming today on some bullshit also. That's why because I was coming on to dare him to do something. But I understand him now, you know.
Okay, you guys can conversate peacefully. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. So no. That was my main thing. That's why I came on. I was actually coming on to dare you to do something. But I think I misunderstood what you said when that lady came on. That you said no, go on.
Because, you know, like I don't particularly come on live to play Mr. He-Man. I come on live to share knowledge, the knowledge to basically spread the word, because, you know, I've experienced a lot in my life. So for me, any little I can do by coming on live and spreading the word and letting other people hear what I've got to say in terms of my experiences, because I can't talk about someone else's experiences. I can talk about my experiences. I can talk about things I've seen with my own eyes. I can talk about things that I know has happened. But for me to come and say I believe in something that I don't really know much about, that is basically me being doing a disservice to myself. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't have no issues with anyone. You see where I'm coming from?
No, me neither. Me neither.
I don't go
neither.
around and start issues for people for no reason. You know what I mean? If you notice, I don't really comment that much. I say my one or two things, but if I really want to say something, I'll come on the live and I'll speak so people can hear my voice. And me not showing my face is not because I don't want to show my face, but because you see one thing about life, right? There's always going to be someone that knows you out there that maybe don't like you. You see what I'm saying? So if that person that basically knows you that don't like you, maybe watching you, they can say stuff about you that you don't want everyone else to know. You see where I'm coming from? Some people are cool with their faces being seen, and that's fine. You know what I mean? From but with me, I've got a lot of history. You know what I mean? I've done a lot of things in my life. I've done different things in my life. This is why, you know, I'm in the position I'm in. You see where I'm coming from? So this is not a thing where it was, and especially on top of it as well. I'm surprised that as an African man, yeah, and everything that you've experienced and the way I was talking, I did not expect you to react the way you reacted. I'm very shocked.
No, you know what it was? I was at home. I was with a few of my friends, and these are all younger students. You understand? So we were talking about stuff, and I said, listen, let's go to this channel. There's a lot of Africans speaking about African issues and stuff like that, because this kid's never been to Africa. So I put the channel on. We were listening, and I always tell them, listen, don't believe in nothing about Juju and stuff like that. Just go to school, finish your school, and you'll see that your life will improve automatically. You don't need to believe in these things. And so when I heard that woman came on, I had to turn it off, and they were like, no, put it on. I said, no. This is not for you guys. No, we want to listen to it. And then you came on, and from what I understood, you were saying, see, these things happens. I told you guys this thing happens and stuff like that. But what I didn't comprehend was that you didn't believe in it. You just said that you saw things like that and heard things like that. So there's a difference there. And that was the thing that I didn't understand. And if I could, I wanted to come online that night, but I couldn't because I had a lot of people in my house. So that was the thing. So for me, it's a misunderstanding. But like I said, I wasn't saying about you that I said I slapped a Juju man and nothing happened. How is that possible?
Yeah, but with all due respect, right? I can tell that you're a grown man, right? So even when you said you slapped a Juju man, I thought to myself, you know, why would you even say you slapped a Juju man? Because you know,
I'll tell you why. Because
that's why I said to you that when I saw you come on live, I thought to myself, why would a man of your stature, why would you even make that comment? Even if you did,
I'll tell you why.
That's cool.
I'll tell you
that's
why.
private.
No,
you know where
I did. No, I'll tell you why. Because this guy used to come to my house and put pamphlets in my mailbox, and I had like about 10 pamphlets in my mailbox, and I said, this guy, man, every time he keeps putting pamphlets in my. The next time that I see him, I'm gonna talk to him. So I saw him one time coming to put a pamphlet. I said, listen, I don't want you putting any pamphlets in my mailbox about this shit. I don't believe in this shit. He said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Guinea-Bissau, West Africa. Hey, and you don't believe in this shit? I said, I don't believe in that. That shit doesn't work. Oh, no. And he started, and I said, listen.
Was he African?
Huh? Yeah, he was African. He was from Senegal.
So okay, yeah. It's big over there.
Every time I told him, don't do that. And he came next time again. When I saw him, I told him, listen, I told you before, what are you gonna do? I slapped him. I said, yeah, actually, I should have kicked his ass. But here, you know, in the Netherlands, if you kick somebody's ass, you end up in prison. So I slapped him. I said, next time that I'll see you here, you'll see what I do to you. That's and nothing happened. That was my point of bringing that up. That these Juju people, they can not even help themselves. They're not going to be able to help you with anything. That's why I slapped him.
Have you heard of the saying, silence is the biggest killer of all killers? You know, sometimes
Yeah.
you don't need to say nothing. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, you just let people trip up by themselves. And, you know, certain times you've got to just let people just do what they do because that's what they do. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is that I don't have no issues with you. That day, obviously, I saw the message and I just obviously overreacted. So it's all peace. I ain't got no issues with you. You know, I'm coming from. But,
No, me neither.
you know, it's all love. I don't, you know, I had a certain lifestyle, you know, I'm coming from, and now I'm on a better lifestyle. You know what I mean? From I'm not into all this stupid everyone fighting against each other because this is what it's all about. You see what I'm saying? It's all about exchanging ideas collectively, you know, us helping each other. Because, like for example, Afridamus, right there, you know, he's a man I reached out to. You see where I'm coming from? And I wanted to help him grow his channel. You know what I mean? I can tell that you've got a channel yourself, and I'm sure you want to grow your channel, right? So collectively we can help each other to basically grow each other's channels. I don't really have a channel. I've got a channel that I'll put because I'm on a spiritual journey. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not really gonna do lives like you guys will do lives. But what I can do is come on your channels and we can have a conversation so we can all grow collectively together. You see what I'm saying? Because I think together there's more strength than being an individual, which I believe the word individual is an illusion to anyone. You see where I'm coming from? So, you know, this is all I've got to say about it. But I can tell that you're friends with Ewan, right?
No. I just comment on his live sometimes. When I hear something that I disagree with, I'll type in something. And if I have the time to come on, I'll come on. That's it.
Yeah, but you know, any time you need me to come on your channel, anyone's channel, I'm willing to come on the channel and help. And I think that should be for you coming on to obviously Afridamus channel as well as we're speaking now. So obviously collectively, we all try and help each other out in terms of whatever we're promoting. Then that's how business works, you see. Because you know, like how they've got this. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, you're right. But you know, if you look at, you know, sharing the information, that's what definitely, you know, helps people be aware of what we're talking about. You know, some topics people feel touchy about them, they feel emotional, you know, because maybe, you know, this is their first time they've heard anyone come out and hold an open discussion about it. Because if you look at with Africans, a lot of things is just left in secret, in hiding.
In taboo, yeah.
Yeah, everything is taboo. And I would see a lot of people on the internet, even they talk about Africa, especially blacks that repatriate. There's a side of Africans they don't know. Everyone is just like, oh, the people are just nice, you know, this and that, instead of knowing the people from a realistic point of view. So these things that they call taboo, we have to discuss them so that people can understand it. Yes, I might not believe it, you might not believe it, but there are millions of people that believe in this stuff.
Yeah, you got a point
And
there.
yeah, you see what I'm saying? And that's holding society back. Because one thing, you look at it in African society, online, for instance, one thing, everyone you talk to, you know, they talk about the corruption. But for instance, all this corruption is also centered around these same topics that we're saying. If you point out how corrupt somebody's country is, right? Even though all Africans are saying corruption, if you point somebody where, because there's corruption all over there that hinders people. If you say their country is corrupt, pretty soon you would have fights with them.
I had one today.
You did? Where?
African Fang. Yeah.
wait a minute.
Favorite sister.
but we made
your
up.
favorite YouTube sister.
Yeah, that's
what. Did you say something about Equatorial Guinea?
Yes.
What did you say
Yeah.
about Equatorial Guinea?
Well, I said that they live in basically in a dictatorship, and the guy was stealing also. He said no, he doesn't steal. I said, come on, man.
Where does he
Which
get the
Africa?
money from?
Yeah, I told her where because he has like I think in a Swiss account he has like around, that's what they said, around 600 million. I said, how did he get that money? She said, oh, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, shut the fuck up. It's not true, it's not true. I know him personally. I said, okay, African Fang, listen. Yeah, talk about your country. I said, yeah, my country is also corrupt. All the dictators there were corrupt. All of them.
Yeah. So these are the type
said,
of
well,
dialogues.
yeah.
These are the things we should be able to talk about maturely.
Of course.
You know, you don't have to like what we're saying, but you know, like if you're going to, you know, like try to promote someone or somebody, you better make sure they're on their square, because you know, as far as I see in Africa, you know, I hear people say Africa is rising, but yeah, you can build infrastructure that is not built by you, but I'm someone who focuses on the mindset of people, because if you take an old man and put them in a brand new Mercedes, it's still the same old man, right? It doesn't all of a sudden become new. But the mindset of the individual, when someone's mindset changes, that's where true changes happen at. So that would never happen. Like the development that people are saying in Africa, people moving forward, I don't see that happening because the mindset is not changing.
Yeah, you
Because
see people getting rich, but you don't see the so the elite gets richer and richer. Like I was explaining to her, I used to work with NGOs, mainly with UNICEF. So I used to send a lot of stuff to Africa. When I went to Africa, I used to bring all these clothes and shoes and stuff like that, because later on I learned what they told me that was that UNICEF was selling a lot of not UNICEF but the locals, instead of giving away the stuff that used to bring, they were selling it. You
of
understand?
course.
So I was like, you know what?
Are you surprised by that?
No, yeah, but I didn't know. You understand? So the last time was like 6 years ago that I went to Guinea-Bissau. I brought a lot of stuff, computers and stuff like that, and those I gave away, and I had other stuff that I sell. So I was telling her, listen, I saw in my country, Guinea-Bissau, you know the roads of Guinea-Bissau are very bad. I saw Bentleys driving around, Bentleys, Hummers and stuff like that. Huh? And the people are driving, passing kids by, and the kids that are going to school without shoes. I was seeing stuff like that. And I have 2 kids. You know, when I come back, you know, my kids have everything, Nikes and whatever. And I was like, damn, I feel so bad. You know, I'm living in the West. It's like I forgot about them. You understand? So that's why I was always sending stuff to Guinea-Bissau. But can you imagine, you being from the elite? So you are driving in a Bentley. The roads are not even good enough to have a Bentley there, because you know when the Bentley needs to be to have a service, stuff like that, they send it to Senegal. Senegal sends it to Europe. They do the service in Europe, and then they send the car back. Can you imagine that? While you have kids walking around, going to school without shoes, that does something to me. He has to do something with us that are living abroad. You have to do something for the people there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like St. James said, Obiang was expelled from the United States because of his lavish lifestyles that defied morality from someone coming from Africa. There goes the elites in Africa.
Yes, one of the countries that have the one of the worst human rights is Equatorial Guinea. Everybody knows that. These are things that you just can Google. You can see it. What is a man doing with 600 million in a Swiss account, and he sends his kids to study abroad? If your country is so great, you're doing so great, why aren't your kids studying in Equatorial Guinea? Like the kids from our dictator in Guinea-Bissau. All of them are studying abroad in Switzerland. All of them. But you promote your country to the West like you have a great country. Yeah, we're doing well. Like the people from the West don't see it. You see, we have even Swedish
So
people. They
so
go to
so why do you
Uh-oh.
think people like to promote? They, like they would come and they want to hide what is out in the open. Like Africans, do they not know that people can see this?
but I don't understand it. I was telling to her, I said, how can you I said, you are in the UK, people are suffering there. And you, by not wanting to have this conversation, and you are actually, how do you say, you are defending Obiang, and the guy is stealing. The one that was in power, I think it was his uncle. He removed his uncle because his uncle was stealing or stuff like, and then he started stealing also. I didn't see nothing. Well, maybe something improved in Equatorial Guinea, but come on, man. We know what's going on in Equatorial Guinea, in all over West Africa, all over Africa, actually.
Oh, hold on. African Fang says, what are you talking about my country? Juju sent me here. So okay, well, let's talk about Juju. Do you think Obiang in Equatorial Guinea, he uses black magic? What type of practices does he have?
I think he uses the gun and the military, like
The
my country.
military.
Yeah. That's how they control the
Juju was
people.
gonna say something.
Sorry, yeah, let me mute.
Juju, what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say when you're talking about the African development stuff, I was gonna say don't let two Niger hear that. Don't let two Niger hear you saying Africa isn't developing. Nah, but I absolutely agree with you on that point. I feel like there's too much of infrastructural developments that has to be done. It's a very uphill battle for us. We shouldn't have been talking about development as at this point in time, most especially when we're trying to cater to the lives of the indigenous Africans, the locals in those countries, and trying to give them the means to afford a good standard of living. As long as those standards of living are provided, you get what I'm
But
saying? Like we're not in
but
the
now,
conversation.
Juju, you see, we're talking about the Juju stuff, and last week you guys seen, I don't know if you guys watch it, I talked about the political activities in Gambia, where, these people, they talk about using this Juju stuff, and I know Amilka brought up Equatorial Guinea, we brought my mind to that as well, because, we're talking about development and, lack of whatever. But like you being from Nigeria, when it comes to,
Hmm.
because obviously you have no problem talking about these Juju stuff, but
Mhm.
when it comes to, like, let's say Nigeria, a huge country, 200 million, and people point fingers to Nigeria as the giant of Africa, but where they said, any type of corruption you could think of, you could find there. I don't believe they are more corrupt than any other African country, because we see how these dictators are living lavish life. People can, delude themselves. But do you ever have issues if people discuss the issue, what's going on in Nigeria?
No, not at all. As so long as they're being as long as they understand what they're talking about,
Yeah.
you have a scenario, you
Hmm.
understand the situation, the nuances of the situation, you've assessed it properly, you know the different groups that are playing a role. So just don't throw all Nigerians in a box. Neither
Right.
do you just throw all Nigerians out the box. You
Hmm.
understand what I'm saying? So yeah, no problem at all. Like I don't think there's anything special about the country just because it's the greater in number. Like talk about it if you want, as long as you're being fair.
Yeah, because like it's half the time it blows my mind. This is why I want to provide this platform where we would have objective, honest conversation where, without people, like, I'm not gonna mute you for having whatever type of opinion. Um, People have the right to not like what you're saying. They have the right to disagree with you, just as you have the same right to do that. We can agree to disagree in a civil manner. We settle it in words. But now let's bring in DMF. DMF, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
So DMF, as far as like
Yes, I'm here.
if we take it up to you know other things, for instance, we're talking about the political aspects of these countries where people don't want people to talk about you know the the inequities and the backwardness of the various countries in Africa. As you can see, they say
Yeah.
African Fang is upset that she don't want anyone to talk about Equatorial Guinea. Only she
You
wants it
see,
in a favorable manner. So you being an
okay,
African, you know that all these
yeah.
countries in Africa, they have issues.
Yeah, but you see, because of um social media, um there is nothing that they can do. You see where I'm coming from? Because social media has opened the door for um people such as yourself and myself and everyone on the panel and everyone else to be able to voice their opinion and to say what they want. So, you know what I mean? I don't believe that, people cannot speak about whatever they feel they need to voice their opinion on. Anyone can say whatever they want to say, and no one can tell them to stop talking about what they actually feel. So, for me, I mean, for example, like in Ghana at the moment, I think I stressed about this yesterday night. Um, there's different guys that are in the States right now from Ghana that are basically what they're doing is that they've got their YouTube channel just like you have, and they
Right.
talk about what the leaders in Ghana are not doing, and that's raised a lot of attention onto what the leader in Ghana he's not doing himself, and that's also created the kids to go out. If you go on the net right now, you type in um, "fix Ghana" or whatever it may be, you would see these kids all wearing red. They're all marching down the road, and they're obviously requesting for the country to be fixed. They're requesting um, for the leaders to create jobs for them to do, for example, like factories and stuff like that. So this is something that as we move, I should say, as we're moving into the modern times and technology is so, I should say, prominent or prevalent, I should say. So
So
basically
DMF.
these things open doors. Yeah.
So DMF.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're talking about what's going on in Ghana, which is cool, right? And
Yeah.
if you look at it, if you listen to other people's narrative, when it
Hmm.
comes to Ghana, it's like um, they talk about how great it is, and like for
Yeah.
example here, African Fang is talking about the GDPs of comparing the GDP of Guinea-Bissau and um, Equatorial Guinea. So it sounds like African Fang is saying that Equatorial Guinea is doing well to a first or second world standard. The
Yeah.
if that's what Equatorial Guinea is doing, this is great news. But how so doesn't that mean we should emulate Equatorial Guinea? Why are African countries refusing to go take example from Equatorial Guinea if their leader is so great and they are doing so great? Do you think it's jealousy or what is it?
I think people project what they want you to see, and what they want you to see is not always what's going on the ground. So, for example, the media has a lot to do with how they project the news or how they project their information to those in other countries for them to see. Just like the media in the UK is obviously censored to obviously to attract a certain demographic people within that country. So what
Right.
happens is that people form their own narratives in regards to what they believe is going on in a certain country, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's actually going on. This is all a form of I'm not going to use the word juju. It's a form of like manipulation and them having control to then be able to implement their ways of doing things onto others. And this is why you've got this the way I call it is basically sheep complex. So you've got the
Yeah,
masses, and the
but
masses
do
is
you
sheep,
think?
and you basically
See,
yeah
sorry to cut you off there, but um, I mean, all of us being Africans, right?
yeah
Do you find it realistic that anywhere, like any country where they've had like a long term leader serving there,
yeah
do you find that Africans that is happening through their will, the people love them, that's the support? Or
no
what do you
no
think?
I just feel I just believe that Africa has got that old concept, that mentality. Like when I say that, is because with Africa they've got this thing with respect the older people.
Mhm.
But I don't believe that every old person you meet has wisdom.
Oh
You see
no,
where I'm coming from?
there is old fools. This is the thing. Not everyone
Yeah,
that's getting older is wise. There's many old fools.
exactly.
So it's not the
Yes.
age. So
Yeah. You know what I mean? So this is why I don't believe that this is what they trying to project that it is. It's not like that. You see where I'm coming from? I just believe that they need to try to, as time is moving on, and I should say, with the current state of how things are going, I believe that they should give other people chances and form a democracy in regards to, maybe people have like 4-year term or, 5-year term. They come on, they implement the changes that needs to be made. But obviously the previous party that was in charge will always leave things in place. Like for example, I use Ghana as an example because I know more about Ghana.
right,
So that's why I always reference Ghana, not because I want to highlight Ghana, but for example, Ghana, what they do, like for example, you've got um, a party in charge right now, right?
right.
So instead of the next party that comes in charge to still carry on with what the party before left, what they do, they'll come and then basically implement, maybe start a project building, like maybe some government homes for the masses to rent, and then what basically happens is that the next government that comes in will not follow out and actually finish the project that was started before. You know where I'm coming from? So in Ghana at the moment, you've got a lot of buildings that were started by the government, by the previous government, and then you've got a new government that comes in. Now they want to build the roads. There's no consistency.
There's no consistency, there's no follow-up. It's like no sense of direction. And like it's in
Nothing.
like I just know for a long term, dictator, because I know sometimes Africans, we have this tendency where if we're in the Western world, we know that in our various countries we have dictators there, but we like to delude ourselves and other people and say, oh no, we're okay with dictatorship. But I know we had Yaya Jammeh in the Gambia who served for 20, I believe 22 years or so. And during that time, the people were, many people, they wanted him out. So eventually they got rid of him. Yaya Jammeh from Gambia, he's actually over there with Obiang in Equatorial Guinea. I mean, I found it very interesting that that was the place that, where he ended up at, you know. But now I'm learning. I mean, according to African Fang, I mean, I didn't see this, but that's what she's saying, that their country is one of the richest. So I don't know if she's talking in mineral resources, which many African countries are, but as far as who benefits, that's very important, don't you think?
Of course, yeah, of course. I mean, when it comes people benefiting, I think it always goes down to the leadership, and most African leaders treat um countries, I should say, you know,
Resources as their own
resources,
private,
yeah,
as
as
their
their
own
own as their
private.
own private
Yes.
banking assets. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And this is what you find a lot of issues when it comes to. I mean, if you look through our history, you'll notice that every African leader that came actually raped the country. It doesn't matter what country it is. Every African leader that's ever sat on a stool to be a president, a prime minister, a leader, whatever they may have been, they all raped the country. Just as in Africa, you got so-called chiefs and queens, and then sub chiefs, and then queens or whatever they may be. They also rape the country too, because in Africa we've got this ideology that you must respect your elders, and this is what I think is creating most of the problems. You cannot go around after all these centuries that we've had to deal with so many things that proves, it depicts the fact that this way of thinking and this way of doing things is not working. Why would you still be doing the same thing? This is the problem with Africa. It's like it's like we just keep on making the same mistakes. The same people come on their rape us, and then we keep on going back to the same people again. And I wouldn't say I don't have respect for my elders. I've got respect for my elders that have wisdom and have common sense. If I don't agree with you on something, I'm not going to hold my tongue because you're older than me. I'm going to tell you what you're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? I don't believe in putting up with things that don't make no sense. And a lot of people put up with things that don't make no sense. This is why there's never been a change in Africa, and there never will be. A lot of people believe that if they speak out, they're going to get killed, something's going to happen to them. And collectively, as people in a country, we are the majority. We're not the minority.
But if you're right. Again, if you look at it, the leaders that are ruling these places, let's not forget, they came from that very African society. They were raised by that society. And this is why in the beginning of the topic, we talk about the psychology of children as far as, the spirit is involved. But we talk about the black magic part of it, because everything I've seen, like you said, there are people who are witches in the West, or other places. They use that power to help. I mean, like, honestly, I don't know how, but but you're saying they help. But in Africa, it seems like it's used in a negative manner.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yes.
Yeah. So, but then you keep going. You look at in African countries, the people that are in charge are also stealing the souls of the people.
100%. That's something that I see a lot more, because I don't know if it's some form of spells they put on the people, or because I don't know how you can be rooting for someone that has been in power for maybe 10 years, and you're the same situation that you're in before the person got in power. You're still in the same situation after that 10 years, and you're still rooting for that person. That cannot be, someone that is in love. That is called someone that is under some hypnosis or some form of black magic or whatever it may be, that I don't know. But it's definitely something fishy.
I mean, funnily enough, right?
That was where I'm coming from.
Yeah. Oh, Juju. Juju, you're Nigerian. So Fang just wrote that the per capita in Nigeria is 2,229. It seems like Fang believes everything on Google. Do people receive, your average Nigerian get that much money?
I don't know what she's talking about, man. Like, I just told her in the chat now to call in so we can debate that even.
Yeah, because $2,229 in Nigeria, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And what
that's a lot of money. So that would mean that Nigeria is pretty rich. So
I mean, the nation is rich, but it's only a few people that keep the money to themselves. Like,
yes, because that's how it goes in African countries, most African nations. Yes, you would see that the country itself has,
and the problem is in Nigeria,
natural resources.
Yeah, that's quite prevalent. That behavior that you guys were talking about just now, everyone running behind the rich, and nothing's changing for them in their lives. Funnily enough, I and my sister was having this conversation on Monday, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, how does that change? If that doesn't change, the continent does not change. Like, how do we get to a point where throughout every step we take, we have to hold the politicians accountable? But it's very prevalent in our society. Like, there'll be a muddy road filled with shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's literally a swampy road. You could see all the fly cars driving over it, and everyone praises that guy in the street. They praise that woman that's driving that fly car, and they don't care. They've done a few roads. But in all fairness to them, at least in the city that I'm from, like, they tend to look after their local environments there. But
Right.
then they just doing their streets, and that's all. And it's like, I don't know what part of our culture does that. Is it the part of our culture that makes us feel like we can't we can't speak back to our elders? Like, when
Well,
someone is in a
no,
position of power, it's almost like I
no.
just don't get it, man. It's so
It's
dumb. No.
just complacency. See, if you settle and you don't see a need for you to change anything, you just accept it. But like what Audrey just said, that sounds about right. She said minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000 naira a month, $50. So that sounds about right. Um, because I know, like, in Gambia it's about the same. Like, because I've talked to some people, they receive $55, a month, and they work in a bank, you see. And that person said that seems like a good amount of money. I don't know how much they can get with that, but in Africa, you know, um, this type of amount sounds about right. You know, maybe South Africa might be a little bit higher. I think in a lot of the places, if you receive anywhere around $100 upwards, you probably you are amongst the fortunate ones if you are not working for government. Do you guys disagree with that?
No, not at all. I mean, if maybe
No.
it boils down to the exposure. Like, I think a lot of African people in African nations are coming to the consensus that their countries are playing them, and it has to stop somewhere. Now, there's a long road to go here. It's not like it's going to be solved in a few years or anything like that. Or maybe so, but I think you need more time to it. But of course, that happens when you get at least if you get $100 per month, you think you're on top of the world in your immediate society. You are part of the high class, pretty much, the higher middle class. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of things have to change, man. But then it comes with time. Comes with time,
Yeah,
and
and
then our culture needs to change as well. A lot
yeah,
of cultural
someone
deficits.
someone wanted to know, can someone rent a building on minimum wage in America? I'm not sure about a building. If you're talking an apartment, yeah, sure,
Depending on where you live, like,
depends on where you live. Like, it's not gonna be a luxury apartment for sure, but yes,
it's
you
gonna be
you
them kitchen and sitting room in the same. But if
yeah,
you're in
yeah.
Dublin,
So DMF DMF,
Yes.
what's uh, the average worker in Ghana? How much do they earn a month?
A month. I think they get like maybe 500 Ghana cedis a month.
And
That
how much
works
would
out
that?
to be like that would be like maybe 350.
Three hundred and
350. No,
fifty
sorry. No,
dollars.
no, that would no, sorry. That would work out to be £150 or something like that. I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
how
So
much that would be in your.
hundred and
So in
fifty
dollars, I
pounds.
think,
Yeah, that would be
yeah, a month.
about, yeah. So that's not
that's about 150 odd dollars
160,
now.
160, about 160
Yeah, but
dollars.
you're $160. Yeah,
So they're
Yeah.
pretty, they are doing well. And
No, they're not. No,
no, I
because
mean in their if you compare it to
Compare
Nigeria and
compare them to Nigeria. Of
yeah,
course, they're doing very well for themselves.
okay, okay, all right. Well, to me personally, they're not, and this is why a lot of them are marching on the roads as I speak and complaining to the president that he needs to fix, the current state of obviously how things are, with the country and also with payments. Because for example, a lot of them are arguing that if you got a house that costs maybe to rent, right, 200 Ghana cities a month, and then you're having to pay that, how much are you gonna have left if you got kids?
right.
You know what I mean? To
Not
live on.
much. You gotta
It's not
pay
easy.
school fees and all that. And
Exactly.
like Supergirl is asking, isn't theft and corruption one of the main reasons John Mayer was exiled to Fang's country? This is correct. And Fang is saying that Gambia per capita is 700. I think Fang, honestly, you shouldn't be believing what you're Googling because, like, quite frankly, like this couldn't be farther from the truth. We just said it. Like the Gambian workers are not getting that much. That I know for a fact. 777.81 US dollar. That's a lot of money. I don't think like the average worker would even earn that in a year,
Mm.
like in an entire year. I don't think they would be able to earn that. Like they would have to work their asses off for that much money. I don't think uh, I don't know where Fang is getting this information from, but
Fang is just posting stuff up there, man. You know how
yeah,
Fang
yeah.
is.
Of course. I
But
think she's getting some juju telepathy. You know what I
you think so?
mean?
No, because
Maybe so. I don't know.
I think these conversations, what I find interesting about it is, I understand like Fang is saying Gambia ranks as one of the poorest African countries. This is true. No, I'm not here to pretend like we are the creme de la creme. We're this first world country where people are getting paid. But Fang is saying that people are getting paid big time in her country. She's in fact referring to the other African countries such as Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and others as, being extremely poor. But if we truly look at Equatorial Guinea, and we compare it to Gambia and other places, are they truly doing better than these countries? Wouldn't they fall under the poorest countries category? I get that, like they are Obiang and his immediate people are doing big things. I know that his son, who's the vice president, one time I saw a video about him where I guess he's wanted in France, for embezzlement, and that's usually the part that I never understand though. I don't know why France needed to arrest him, but I'm just saying that's what the situation is. So I know that they have oil in Equatorial Guinea. I know that they have that. Nigeria have oil. Angola have oil. Other countries have oil, but that doesn't make them the richest.
No, I think I'm just gonna say this and drop off, Rex. I have to go, but
Yes,
I'm
we're
gonna take.
about to get to the end, anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm about to say you guys can say your last piece before we close in,
yeah.
but you can make it that or Juju.
I was just gonna take it back to the original topic, right? Because there's a certain pattern in our societies, like when you say the parent and children relationship in regards to the level of obligations that children would that in the West would feel to their parents in Africa. I feel like it's that same pattern of tying people down based on cultural and religious indoctrination. That's what happens in our politics as well. So you see these politicians that are running around their third world countries, living their first world lives in within their little enclaves, and you see the locals, the less fortunate people that are always getting behind them. I think what's happening there is that we've been indoctrinated to a certain manner. It's like going into a bookmaking shop, right? And you see all these fortunes in the bookmaking shop. You see all these games, all
Yeah,
the amount of money potential that you can potentially win. You play, you fail. You play another slip, you fail, but you keep on trying and trying and trying because you
right.
believe that something is going to come out of it. That's the problem that we have. We are so indoctrinated that there's like a bond between us and these things. And in order for us to get out of it, we have to envision, apart from envisioning the process, envision the objectives as well, the goals, the results that you can get from it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like we have,
and my thing is, like you're saying, like you're seeing here on the screen, like KS is saying, and I've seen this too. Says the Afridamus report. He recently, referring to Obiang, he bought Michael Jackson's glove. Dude, think about this: an African leader. While your people are starving, they are poor, they have poor facilities, poor education, and you're buying a glove. And I don't know
that's a,
how Feng can even justify this.
that's a weird
Seriously.
thing.
Huh?
Yeah, that's a weird thing. But then again, people like Fang are here because I don't necessarily know for Fang. Maybe Fang is one from one of them more privileged families or something like that. They don't tend to see the problem or whatever. Maybe that's the reason. Or maybe Fang is just trolling out here. Maybe
Yeah,
she's just
she has to be. There's no way.
because I mean, you know me, like you when you lived in Spain and you lived in UK, you feel the pressure of being a migrant somewhere. Like you have to understand that's why most migrants out here they're the ones who are pissed off at their leaders the most because they wouldn't be going through what they're going through out here and the obstacles they have to go through. Although they go through it, but they wouldn't have gone through that stress if their countries were set for them. But that's what I'm saying again. People have to envision the results and take like envision the fact that you're looking to secure something for yourself, looking to protect something for yourself. Like when your family members, your parents, and them call you on the phone, like if you don't do this for me, da 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 da, da, you think about yourself and you
Right.
protect yourself, your stability mentally, physically, spiritually. You have to fulfill certain things for yourself for you to be able to do it for other people. When you think like that, you tend to break yourself. That's how you start breaking loose from this religious and cultural um bondages that we're in. Really, that's what they are really, bondages, because they're emboldening us. You get what I'm saying? Even with the same thing with Christianity as well. Like a lot of people have to break out from certain ideologies. If some people it doesn't affect them, some people it does, but you have to break out for it for the greater goal of things. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna before I leave, I'm just gonna um I'm going to reference a certain case scenario over the course of the past 1 week, right? That
Right.
you even spoke on yourself, Afridamus. It was about
Mhm.
the Wode Myers video with the
Right.
Himba
The
and that.
Himba. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I was someone who argued against the fact that they have to open their breasts. That's the only problem that I've got. I just don't like seeing that opening of breasts on YouTube, and it's all
Well,
over the place.
but
It's not
but
just on
but but
about Wode
why?
Maya. It's all over YouTube. Now the
But
thing is this, right? So this is my goal. This is my goal. This is my objective. My orientation is that the images of those women have to be protected, and
but what
being
I'm saying
exploited,
is,
whenever it's
uh,
being exploited, they better be getting paid for it.
okay, hold on.
Not by sex work.
Juju, you have to
Mm,
remember, right? I get what you're saying. That is if it is a culture where that's not a big deal. It's a culture where covering is something, but somebody went and convinced their women to expose themselves and put it on camera. Then I can say yes. But now, if we say we have to respect every African, their culture, these people, they are nudists. They are nude in the open. This is what they're about. You know, this is
absolutely
why.
understand that.
This is why they're.
Absolutely
This is
understand.
what they're about. So if we, for instance, we don't think like them. They have their own way of thinking. They go around nude. They have no problem with their breasts being hanging or whatsoever. And if you're a stranger in their culture, it's normal for them to pass one of their wives onto you. this is their culture. It's not somebody fabricating it or somebody trying to convince, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
convince somebody of it, right? So that part we cannot even use the word to say we are protecting these people, because that's like disrespecting them. We're playing God, we're playing the colonialists, because the colonialists do say they are protecting Africans too.
Yeah, but the difference is that we are now Africans. We are not the colonialists. And what I'm going to say is this: I absolutely understand that. Now,
Mhm.
it's their culture. If they want to practice it for them, that's something they do behind closed doors. There are many
No, but they are
prospects.
not ashamed of it though.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is that they have to do it within themselves. But what we have here in the case, like when we're talking about protection, we're looking at the grander scheme of things. That a lot of
But
these people are
from
not
whom?
exposed to.
Who are we
A lot of them,
protecting them from?
we're protecting their images from being exploited. So just
But
let's
it's
say we don't
already out. It's
yeah,
already
but that's
out.
the problem. That's the problem. It's out by a group of people that exploited the image.
No, but
That's the problem.
that's not exploitation. I can
No,
see
no,
if
that's the exploitation. Because if you look, open another tab on YouTube now and type up the Himba people,
Mhm,
a series of videos will come that
mhm.
all of them might not be. They're related, but they're not all Himba people. But it's going to be like related suggestions by YouTube, right? And it's going to be going to see these videos with like tens of millions of views. With just young African females with their breasts out dancing. No one else goes there
No,
to watch.
but
People don't
this,
go there to watch anything but the breasts. That's
yeah,
the
but
expectation of the image that I'm talking about there.
I get that. But
Yeah, like
if you when you show that, right?
mm,
When you show that image, it's not you are not depicting something that is false. Mind you, these people, this is how they live. This is their life, their culture, they are proud of it. So if you come in and thinking that this people like you're ashamed of their culture, then you feel now you start feeling a sense of
okay, so what I'm gonna tell
superiority.
you is this, right? What I'm gonna tell you is this: between them, their cultures are practiced. Outside of them, when foreign entities be part of it, now whether it will be black or white people, so long as foreign entities are not a party to it, their culture is now being exploited. So the thing is like what Maya posted on his video, some is a quote about learning, relearning, unlearning, and relearning. Like in this case, we're looking at the grander scheme. We're looking at them included as a group of people on the face of the planet. So it's they are now part of the 7 odd billion people. The 7 odd billion people, many of them, over half of them, over time have moved on to advance themselves technologically, legally, and every other list that's related to this context. But what these people tend to do is that exploiting the image of these females is now much easier. So therefore, those people are the ones that will put into consideration. It's not necessarily the culture; it's the fact
So
that
let me ask you.
those
Let,
people are exploiting them.
let me ask you this question.
Mm.
What tribe do you belong to?
So I'm from the south of Nigeria. I'm from a certain tribe called the Robo Stroke Isoko.
Okay, Robo.
Mm.
Though is this a offshoot of Yoruba or any
No,
relations?
it's its
It's
own.
its own.
It's
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm assuming, right? Their culture, your guys' culture, and other cultures. There's difference there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you, there are things in your culture that you find you see it as a highly respectable thing,
Yeah.
something to look up to.
Yeah.
In that very Nigeria,
Mm.
the people that look like same country you share, they see that part aspect of the culture as a shameful thing. They don't think that should be exhibited to the world. But if someone says that to you, you would say, who are you to tell
No,
us that our culture shouldn't be
no, but that's the
shown?
thing. It's not. I'm not telling them that it's a shameful thing. It's not a shameful thing at all. As a matter
Then
of
why
fact,
can't why can't their culture
but then when their culture is being exploited in a
by
sexual
whom?
manner by people that are not of them and people that don't even look like them, that's what it is.
Okay,
When
explain
this
the
when
exploitation that you've seen.
okay, so when you look up on YouTube, right? I said the reference that I made earlier on the YouTube thing. the idea that people from other continents are traveling over there. And mind you, even if it be people from that continent as well, but are traveling over there, they're making these videos not for memory sakes. Like, okay, yeah, we'll make this video. That's your memories. Hold on to it. No, they're putting it on YouTube.
But
That there's a sexual orientation behind that.
no,
I
no,
know a
no,
lot
no,
of
no.
some people
Okay,
might be
wait a minute. 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 Okay. So it sounds like you are using your own personal opinion, you know,
oh
to
no, no,
project.
this is
Because
the world
what
that we
I'm
live in.
saying, okay, because you are using the sensibilities and the morals that you grew up with. Don't forget that. You're using that to impose it on the Himber because in your mind, if a woman's breast is shown, that's exploitation. Like I have seen so many documentaries. I've even learned about the Himbers in my anthropology class. You know, like I know it's been out there. This is years ago. And I've watched their videos. I can assure you, I did not like I know like they're into swinging or whatever, but I didn't get any sexual arousal from that. I just said,
Yeah,
this
but
is
the
what
thing is that
they,
I
they,
didn't get it as well, and I'm not necessarily judging them off my morals. But the thing is that
but
other
that's
people
what you're
would get
doing
the
because
arousal.
because
No,
if
other
they
people would get the arousal. The
no
thing
but
is that I'm
but
actually thinking outside my box here because I don't get the arousal from them, but
then
other people
but
will
why
get
would
it.
you think why do you
You know
think that
what makes me think that? You remember? You heard of the name Sarah Bartman before?
who
Sarah Bartman, the South African girl that was taken away from South Africa.
I know exactly who that is.
I don't
Yeah,
know who that is,
and
but
she was showcased. She was showcased
Yeah.
as a prostitute because she has because of her figure. So she's had like something probably she's had like an alien
Oh,
figure
Juju.
compared to
Oh,
what
Juju.
the Europeans what I've
Oh,
seen
Juju.
before. So she had a big waist. Yeah, yeah,
oh Juju, he's let's
Can I
allow
say something?
DMF.
yeah. Go on.
I don't I don't think what Sarah went through is the same thing as what the tribe that we're talking
Mm.
about
No,
are showing, because
the reason I mentioned Sarah is based on the information. What informs me to feel this way
Okay,
when that
oh Juju,
certain
oh
group of
Juju,
what?
people come back
oh
into the
Juju,
continent. But this
oh
time they're not
Juju.
taking the person, they're taking the image of the
Okay, oh
people.
Juju, let me ask you this question.
Mm.
When did you first learn about the Himbas?
It was about it was this video actually. It was this video. But I've
Okay,
learned about
okay,
other
all right.
African tribes like that. Other
Okay,
African
I
tribes like
get
that.
it. I get it. The Himbas are not new to the to YouTube or the internet or TV. They are not new to this.
I
Like
think that's
so
where we differ because you now you've learned about them for much longer, so you probably have given up on it. Like okay,
no
whatever.
no
You know what I'm saying?
my thing is right. Yeah, I see it, and I see that the culture is different from my culture, and I read about them and I hear them talk. Their cultural sensibilities, their moral standards is different from my moral standards. So I'm not going to, like try to project my morality onto them. Do I have to disagree? Do I have to agree with them? I don't have to. I don't also have to judge them. This is how they live their lives, you know, because when we talk about spirituality and mental understanding of what life is, their understanding of life, and your understanding and my understanding are completely different. Prior to you seeing this video, there's been many people that's been to Himbaland. People have, let's not forget, the Germans. The Germans colonized Namibia. Did you know this?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, so you think the white people there don't know they were there this whole time? They never knew about the Himbers?
I'm sure they know about them, but what I'm saying
No,
is that
not only I'm sure they know.
let's say they know they definitely knew about them. But what I'm saying now is that their image is being exploited to the rest of the world. It's on YouTube.
So,
It's quite
but what I'm saying,
embarrassing for the
I don't think
protection of
you're.
the people
Wait, you're not
themselves.
hearing me. You're not hearing me. So there is people. I'm talking National Geographic. This is popular, which is way more people than Wadimaya. If these people featured the Himbas many years ago, they're in textbooks. There's videos, and
That's partly
what I'm saying, this exploitation you're talking about, didn't happen then. What makes you think it will now? Because
no, they were
Wadimaya showed it.
they were exploited. They were exploited then, and they're being exploited now as well. I'm not necessarily singling Wodemaya out, but what I'm saying is that their images are being exploited. If they were getting paid for it, then fuck it, let them sell
But
their
do you know
their
if?
image out.
But do you know if they got paid or not?
I'm sure they're not getting paid for those videos. They are not getting paid.
Wait a minute.
Now they're getting paid for
You
swinging.
said
They get paid for swinging.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. Did you just say? So you are saying that these people are getting paid for swinging? You are implying they are getting paid for sex. Is this what you're saying?
There's somewhat of a transfer, of course. Isn't that what was said in the video? There's a transfer. It's not necessarily money. It's not necessarily money. It could be a trade by barter. Maybe some man comes into their kingdom.
But where did you get? Because in that video, there is no part that said that, when you visit these Himbers, this is just their culture. The man, like, it doesn't even sound like they always do it. It's just something they talked about in passing. And it sounded outstanding because many like you, this is the first time you learned about the Himbers, and probably this is the first time you hear that somebody will come and this person would allow them to share their wife. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's what their entire culture is about. There's no part in that video. Wait, let me finish. There's no part in that video or any other video I have seen or read about the Himbers that said they getting paid for sex.
People have been saying that.
Well, I'm just saying, you just found out about the Himbers from one video.
No, that's not what I'm laying the emphasis on. My emphasis is on the image, the amount of videos.
I just told you that the Himbers, this is not. They've been around. See a Himber sitting there showing their breast, right? When I see it, it's no different than me sitting here with my shirt on.
They're not showing their breasts. They're literally living within themselves, and then we take our cameras over there.
So when you saw the video, right? Let me ask you.
I didn't watch the video properly, so you don't. If you want to question me of the Wodemaya's video,
no,
I did see it properly.
Did you, when you watched the video, right? So your focus was the nudity, the breast, huh?
That was my focus because I didn't watch the video. I skipped.
Then how did you? So you didn't watch this video, but you had these opinions.
I watched one scene when the girls their breasts were out, but other than that, I just skipped through because I didn't have the time. Now the other
wait. Oh, Juju.
This is not alien to me.
Wait,
because there are other groups like this in Africa, like.
Oh, Juju, you've lost me there. You've lost me. So you don't know anything about the Himbers, but you attempted to just slightly. You didn't fully watch the video,
you, right? This is not exclusively related to the Himba people. This is there are other groups of African people that practice cultures like this. What I'm talking about is the image of people. As long as I see titties on YouTube, that's it.
So you have problems with titties. Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to see them on YouTube.
Well, you don't have to.
They don't realize they're on YouTube, though.
Okay, wait a minute. So you, like I said, you are projecting your own opinions and feelings onto the Himbers. You said you don't want to see titties on YouTube, and
their titties.
But what is wrong? But what is wrong with their titties? What problem do you have with Himber titties?
Because from that perspective, it's a cultural practice. It's the way of living. But from our perspective, it's videos on YouTube.
Oh, so it's
People know that
about,
they're on
so
YouTube.
this is about you. This isn't about the
No,
Himbas.
this is about the protection of their image to the rest
But
of the
you're
world.
playing God. You don't have the right to protect.
I'm not playing God. The truth of the matter is that the reality is that there are people that are exploiting their images for
In what form?
YouTube reasons.
In
Look,
what form?
the exposure of a certain part of their culture, which is the nudity of the boobs. You know what I mean?
So
That
again,
for some reason, for
oh
sexual
Juju,
orientative reason. That's what I'm saying.
oh Juju,
Yeah,
it's very clear. You have a problem with titties. Just admit it.
it's not the titties.
No. You
The
focus.
problem I have is this, right? Like the Sarah Bartman reference that I made
It's
earlier
not
on.
the same thing as DMF said. But what I'm saying
it's the
is,
same thing. It's the same thing. DMF just what did okay, let me give me a few seconds, right?
oh Juju,
Sarah Bartman
wait,
was
wait,
taken
oh
in
Juju,
physical
let me
form.
ask you this.
Now is the image that's been taken out.
Oh Juju, let me ask you this. So you did not watch this video fully, but you were just watching. The moment you saw titty, you're like, oh, titty. So basically what you're saying is you have not overcome the power of the titty. When you see it, you have to turn it off and get offended.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then what's the problem here?
All over the place. Is that certain group of African people? Is
No,
the protection of those females?
But what are you
But
protecting them
the
from?
truth of the matter is that there are perverts out here, there are predators out here that are looking to prey on their culture, and all these 40 odd million videos views on YouTube, they don't come because man, them are just trying to watch them dance and that. You know what I'm saying? There are other prospects to their culture, but you never see that because the only thing that comes out is them clapping their hands and shaking their legs with their
Oh no,
titties out.
dude.
That's all we see on YouTube.
No, dude.
It's an exploitation of their image.
But Juju,
And naturally organic. I'm not hating on Wode Maya. I barely said the brother's name even. God damn,
no.
stop being all this.
Oh no, I'm not focused on modem. I'm talking about your issue with titties. That's all
No,
I'm
it's
having
the
issues
in the chat I was talking about.
because you've expressed that, you've said several things. I get it. I get what you're saying where because a lot of Africans, even when they see that, they have this complex of feeling like they are ashamed. This is a representation of them. If it's not your culture, why do you care? It's none of your business, to be honest.
I do care because from a greater perspective, it's not like my perspective is better than anyone else.
Juju.
But no, what I'm saying is that look, the African man and woman has been exploited in many ways, shapes, and forms.
No.
And we have to protect the people, regardless. No, what I'm saying is this, right? Technological advancements have happened over the course of time. We have not innovated ourselves in any way, shape, or form to protect our people. You know what I mean? Legally, we don't.
But the Himbas are not your people. You're not related to Himbas. You're from Nigeria.
Because my people have gone through certain similar events like them. My people have gone through similar events.
Does your culture? Is your culture?
I do identify relatively with them.
Okay, wait. Does your culture practice nudity too?
My culture doesn't practice nudities. However, my culture has been exploited by the same group of people that will exploit their culture.
Who another Wode Maya?
It's not okay. Once again, you bring a Wode Maya back into it, but I said
because you've never known the Himbas until Wode Maya.
But I've known another group of people that live like them, and these other groups of people are being showcased on YouTube and all sort of internet platforms without any credits.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me ask you this, right? So Wode Maya, you do realize his job, right? From what we know him to do on YouTube, he travels to different places in Africa, and he shows.
Get you on this one. Get you on this one.
Wait, he travels around Africa. He shows how the people are living. He this is what he's showing. So the Himbas, they live in Namibia, despite all these people saying, oh, we got to protect it. It's all fake, because you and I know the Himbas are part of a country. No one can just travel in and travel to Himbaland and abuse them. So let's not pretend like these people are just free range, like they are to the level of animals. They are
Yeah,
not
but
thinking.
all
Or
you have
there's
to do is get into the country. As soon as you get into the country, you
are
can
you
explore.
kidding me?
Getting into the country, no problem.
Okay,
Like,
okay, all right, all right. I'll continue here. So you don't know much about the Himbers. You said your first video is Wademaya's video. You barely watched it, and as soon as you watched it, the first thing you saw was titties, and you have a problem with seeing that. I understand, I understand, but you have to look at their cultural sensibility, because you cannot, if these people, this is how they live. If Wodemaya is showing people living in Gambia, Nigeria, these people live in their culture, you never had
yeah,
problem with him showing that because you agree with that. But now you saw the Himbers, you yourself said it.
yeah.
You don't want the Himber titties online. But this is how the Himbers spot their life. This is how they live. This is their style.
This is the style. Okay, let me ask you this question, right? You said something about sensitivity. Now, how do you measure the Himba sensitivity level in regards to this?
I'm not trying to
No,
measure it.
in regards to this context, when we know that they are not even aware that these videos are coming up online
Oh,
at a
so
level.
do you think this is the first time the Himbers were on camera? Did you not see the
No,
Himba guy? Wait a minute. Did you
yeah,
not
of
see?
course,
Wait.
yeah,
Did you not see an actual Himber
yeah,
who is part of regular civilization? He speaks English. He was translating for Wodemaya. So
yeah.
you
But
don't
because he's
think?
speaking English doesn't mean that he knows better.
Wait a minute. So you did not even watch this video fully.
But
You're
what I'm
here
saying is that
making
Let
Let
he
me
speaks
finish.
English doesn't mean he knows better.
Let me finish. So do you want to tell me the man that was translating the Himba guy, right?
Mm.
What makes you think you know better than him?
Look, what am I as this boy, innit?
No, no,
He's
no, no,
speaking
no,
in
no,
Wode
no, no,
Maya. But
no,
what I'm
no.
saying is that,
I'm not
but what
talking
I'm
about
saying is that,
Wodemaya.
so you never,
Wait.
you don't know this guy's
No,
frustration
dude.
as well. You never know if he
No,
feels
I'm
he might feel
just
the same way I feel. You won't necessarily
no,
know.
but what I'm saying, as much as you want to protect the Himbers,
Mm.
as much as you say you don't know these people from a can of paint, let's establish that you're not related to them in any way, shape, or form. You just assume they're in Africa, so therefore you want to tick up for them. But as much as you love a group of people, you cannot love them more than themselves. They
Of
love
course,
themselves. Okay,
of
so
course.
wait a minute. So you're
Okay.
over here. Wait, you're saying that this man who is a Himber, he was born and raised in this culture, but he just so happened to be advanced. He knows about, he's part of 21st century civilization. He knows this, and there are people know it. We saw him translating, but now you are discrediting this man, trying to say, give us the impression that he doesn't know better. You care about these people more than he does. Like you're saying,
That's
you
not what
care
I'm
about
saying.
the
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, right? You never know if he feels the same way that I feel. Now that could be
but
discredited
why does
because
your feelings care, to be honest? Why does your
no,
feelings
but it's
even
what I feel is
matter
fair
in
because
this?
I'll say that my people have gone through certain level of
But these are not
exploitation.
your
And the
people,
same
though.
group of, I'm saying my people, just let me get it all together, right? My people have gone through a certain level of exploitation that these people can potentially go through. And matter of fact, I see them going through it already. You know what I'm saying? As a group of Africans, we've all been exploited by a group of people that are not one
I have not.
from our continent. Sorry?
I have not.
Historically, I'm speaking.
I
Historically, I'm
don't know.
speaking. And let's be honest with
Even
you, we are living in the legacies of this
I'm just
exploitation.
saying. I'm
We are,
talking. I'm speaking of the life I know. I'm just telling you. I have
yeah,
not.
no, but the truth of the matter is that there are many other people that are not as privileged as us, and they're living through the
Well, it's
legacies
not
of
a
this
privilege. It's
exploitation.
just facts.
No,
Because
they're
you
living
see
through
what you're
the
doing,
legacies
right?
of the exploitation from many years ago, many historical events ago. That's the truth of the matter here. We don't live in a silo world of ourselves where it's like, okay, it is what it is. No, there are other people that are out there looking. You know what I'm saying? We have our own ideas, we have our own conceptions, but then the rest of the world is somewhere else staring at us. If there will be any exploitation, there will be an exploitation. We
But
don't
are
get
you? I'm just still confused. You
yeah.
keep saying us, right? But you're not a Himba, and you just discounted an actual Himba.
Yeah,
Himba's
but
carrying. And wait, because see, you gotta let me speak. You just gave a spill. You talk about your people. These are not your people. This is not your culture. You do not have the right, to say these things. I mean, like, you can say
no,
it,
we
but
have the
but
right to
but but
criticize.
what I'm saying, your feelings do not matter here. The only people whose opinion matter in this is those Himba women. Wait a minute. Let me ask you this question. I know you said you didn't watch the whole thing. Be honest. Is it where the Himba women were dancing with their titties jumping? Is that the part that traumatized you?
There is no trauma involved here.
Well, you sound
It's
traumatized
logic.
because
I don't sound traumatized. It's logic that's involved here. What I'm telling you is this. I didn't watch the whole video first and foremost. I didn't see them dancing. I saw them walking in a line to go get some water or whatever they were doing, but I really don't care. Man seen enough teas in life already, innit? Like, man ain't stressing or no ain't tripping over teas. But what I'm saying is that the image can be exploited irregardless. If it's been exploited, it's been exploited. We can make whatever arguments we want to, but then again, the protection of the people must be something. It must be a concept that's lurking around somewhere. From I know federal governments, they usually will not be involved in tribal business and stuff like that. But then people ought to be like, these things ought to be looked into. You get what I'm
so
saying?
have you looked
Now I'm going to tell you my
into
main problem with it. To answer your question straight up, my main problem with it is that it's not the titties bouncing, is the amount of people that are now privy to that scene, to that part of the culture, for whatsoever reason that they are, for whatsoever reason that it's these videos are getting 40 odd million views on YouTube. I know everyone ain't too excited to see some piece of titties
so
like that.
so 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 do you honestly believe that though the people that go watching these videos about Himbas, is
Mm.
their nudity and the titties is what's bringing them to come and watch it?
First and foremost, the videos are only about the titties. You should look them up on YouTube. I've come across them accidentally. That's how I even know. So it has to be that takes them there. That's
So
it.
so you are like I said, you just discovered the Himba, right? According to you.
Not just the Himba people. There are other groups of people
No,
in the
but
country. So
that's
I
fine. But
discovered a long time ago.
we're talking about the Himbas here. Let's forget
Yeah,
about the other ones.
no,
Let's just
they are the same groups. They do the
no
same
no.
thing. The same thing I'm
Okay.
complaining about. They do the same thing I'm complaining about.
Well,
So
well.
they're not excluded here in this case.
Okay. In this case, let's focus on the Himbas because
Okay.
they're the ones we're talking about here.
Mm.
Okay. I get what you're saying. The Himbas, they live a nudist life. In the West here, there is nude beach, like you could go to places where they have nude people walk around. These people, the people that are into this type of culture, they go to these places. Okay? The people walk around each other, in nudes. There are people who are into swinging in the West. They do these things. Okay. When I watch the Himbas, I'm not thinking anything sexual. It's just an interesting culture, and I'm learning and seeing what is going on. It's not different than when Wodemaya went to northern Nigeria, showing how the people live over there. It's no different than that. So a lot of you guys, what blew my mind, you guys are putting so much emphasis on the sexual part of it when the video was not about that. So to
But the
me,
problem
you
is that
guys, well, let me finish. Let me
yeah,
finish.
go on. Yeah.
The video was not about sex. So the way people are going to, like you talking about concerned about perverts, a pervert is going to be a pervert. There are people who like there are perverts who get turned on, watching the hijab women. I'm talking about these women that dress up from head to toe. You can't even tell if they're man or woman. I'm pretty sure there's some pervert somewhere who is
Okay, then
fantasizing. You see what
for the
I'm
sake of
saying?
this context, we're talking about the perverts that get
Okay,
on
I'm
by
coming. I'm
seeing,
coming. I'm coming.
by seeing those
So
group of women with their titties.
so so the Himbas are part of a country. So have you looked, since you said you are upset about it or concerned, have you looked into more about the Himbers and how, if there's any protection from the country that they are in, which is Namibia, what sort of, laws are around it and how one goes to Himbaland? Have
First
you
and
looked?
foremost, just from experience, I'm going to tell you it's very hard for federal government or
No, no, no,
state
no. But are
government,
you a
local government.
Namibian?
No, I'm going to tell you from my own experience from Nigeria. I'm going to tell
But
you it's
no, but
hard.
this is not
No, it's hard
Nigeria. This
for
is
governments. It's hard for government to
no,
protect
but
people like that. You
let's
don't
put it
meddle
this
in their
way.
business. You don't meddle in their business. From experience, I'm telling you, you don't meddle in
But
tribal
but
business. You get what I'm
but
saying?
this is not Nigeria. This is Namibia.
I'm saying the same thing can happen in Namibia as well. You cannot meddle in their business. You understand what I'm saying? Or else maybe there's some type of pressure that's put on the government, and then they have to go talk to people, have talks with the chiefs and people from the villages and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's not like the government can put a law in place, or else it's the tourism law or some stuff like that. That's the only way around it. You know what I'm
So
saying? Even
so
if even in the worst case scenarios where there's the Himba kingdom, something's happening there that would literally
so
destroy the whole
so
thing. The
so
government can't
so
say anything.
so so I take it your answer is no, you did not look into it.
Okay, so I'm gonna
And
answer your question, right? Expressly. I'm gonna expressly answer your question. So based on the events that we've seen their images exploited already. What does that mean? There is no protection for them. It's
well,
as simple as
you're the one calling it exploitation.
it is
But
exploitation. If it's on YouTube, it's exploitation.
I'm on
And
YouTube.
I'm not necessarily,
Am I being exploited?
yeah, but you don't have your dick out though. That's the difference.
But
And you'll
that's
be
my
explaining
but
yourself.
I'm not from the dick showing culture though.
Yeah,
You
but
see what I'm saying?
that's
No,
what I'm
no, no,
saying.
no. But so so
If
so 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 you see how you took it to the extreme.
but it's what it is. I couldn't say your titties because your titties don't
No,
count
okay,
in
wait a
1 minute.
minute. Have you ever seen an image, a video that is showing the
Can I
peace sleeve,
can I
of
can
a
I
himba?
please?
Have you ever seen that?
That's showing what? Sorry?
The peace sleeve.
No, not really. No.
So obviously the himbas are not going around showing their peace sleeve. In fact, in the video
No, I'm
they
talking
are.
about the titties. No, I'm talking about the titties of the
So
woman
you
because
have
the woman and
problem
the
with
man is
titties.
different. I don't have
Okay.
problems with titties. I have problem with their titties being exposed in an in a very unsolicited manner. You get
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying?
Okay, we'll allow DMF.
But those
You guys heard Ojuju. He has problem with himba titties. You go ahead,
I don't have
DMF.
problem with him about titties. You making it up like
yeah,
that.
I don't get where all this titty talk was going because then people are living their lives.
Right.
They were living that way of life all this time before the camera was invented.
Thank
And
you.
now the camera is invented that the someone's shedding a light on what I should say how they live culturally, then it becomes an issue for people that have sexualized minds.
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm coming
So
from?
you,
Because I
you're
watched it.
narrating it.
I
You're
watched it.
narrating it to
I
your own
wa-
favor.
I
You're
watched it.
narrating it to
I
your own
watched it.
favor because what I've told you now is
No, no, no,
behind the scenes.
no. I watched it with my wife, and we did not once think it was sexualized.
Thank you.
I did
But
not
that's you and
want
your wife,
my
innit?
my wife did not
You and
want
your
to
wife.
think that. You know, what I mean, we
That's you and your
sat there,
wife.
we
This is a
watched it.
different perspective. This is a different perspective. When someone
You
is
know
bringing this
what? I
perspective,
think
when
this
somebody
is
could they say they're
DMF.
watching it from the
Hold
sexualized
on,
or
Yeah.
Ojuju. Let me speak here. I think I know what happened. Ojuju watched this. He saw the titties. He started lusting over some himba titties, and then he's like, started getting offended. Oh, dear Lord, please, Lord, don't make me fall for some himba titties. So therefore, he just totally, you know, he totally just.
Yeah, let me address this right there. I've come across there are much better titties out here than the Himba titties.
Say, brother,
I
say,
don't think
Himba titties, bro.
Afridamus
I've
states.
seen
yeah, you know what,
A class titties.
I don't think the audience believe you.
They can believe if they don't want to, but then the prospect of exploitation still is a reality in this case. Unfortunately, it is, because other people are there looking to exploit these people, and I'm just voicing
Like
The only
who?
reality
Like,
is that you like titties.
yes,
KS.
and
Okay, now let's make it clear. Yeah? I didn't want to use on the panel to say you don't like titties. What are you talking about? Look, but I'm not KS. I'm not even a titties man. I'm not a boob man. You know what I mean? I'm more of an ass guy. I haven't seen any of these girls.
oh,
Nyash,
now we
nyash,
see.
nyash, yeah,
Now
nyash, nyash,
everything
yeah.
makes sense.
Nyash, nyash. Nyash, yeah, nyash, nyash.
Yeah, but Yash isn't on YouTube, is it? You get what I'm saying?
Hey.
Look,
That's
oh
funny,
Juju,
man. That's
oh
funny.
Juju, oh Juju. Let me ask you
Yes.
this: you grew up in Nigeria, right?
Right. And I've seen
Okay.
some ratchetness.
Wait. Do you want to tell me while you were growing up in Nigeria, you have never seen, women out there, breastfeeding their babies?
Yeah, but breastfeeding is different from this prospect. No one is putting a YouTube camera in front of their breast and putting it on YouTube.
Oh, really? Do you want to go type in, breastfeeding babies on YouTube? Do you
It
want
could
to
be, and
take
that would be
this?
exploitation as well, and that would be bad as well. Just imagine.
Oh, no. Wait.
Those are not the
Oh,
type of
Juju.
videos that YouTube will strike down.
So, oh, Juju.
If there comes a course, YouTube will.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
I've seen
Have
those
you?
videos. I've seen those videos. I've not seen those videos because I don't know.
No.
There's
Have you
nothing
ever?
else.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying videos. Have you ever seen women breastfeeding their babies while growing up in
I'm
Nigeria?
going to answer the question. I've seen women breastfeeding their babies
In public.
occasionally in public. I've seen them breastfeeding their babies in public or occasionally. But however, these women, they don't get.
But bottom line, you've
get
seen
nude.
it, right?
They don't get nude. These women, they don't get nude. It's not part of their culture. They don't walk around nude. When they have
No,
to,
but your issue, like you said, is the
they
titties.
do it. No, the issue is not the titties. The
DMF.
issue is not the titties. The issue is that
Yes.
the titties have been
I
exploited.
can hear you
online.
loud and clear.
Okay, oh Juju, let's allow DMF. DMF,
Yes.
you've been listening to this conversation, right?
Of course, yes.
See, I didn't even know that he, we this all along. I thought he was just from the Juju tax unit, but I didn't even know this man has issues with some himba titties. But
No,
you've
from
heard. Wait.
I'm
You'll
on
have
the
your
titties
chance.
protection unit, bro.
You'll have your chance. Don't worry. So, DMF, throughout
Yeah,
this
yeah.
conversation, you've heard the
Yes.
man express what he had
Yeah.
issues with, right?
Of course, the titties.
The titties. So you prior to
Yes.
this,
It's
did you
not
know
titties.
about the himbas?
No, I did not. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie and say
Well,
I did not.
I knew
about
a
it, but
lot.
I know
I
that.
knew a lot
I
a lot
know.
about. Oh, Juju, have you
I
ever
do-
been to a wet t-shirt contest?
Wet t-shirt.
Contest.
Yeah, contest, yeah.
Don't go.
You-
No,
Huh?
no, I haven't been to one.
You've never been to a wet t-shirt contest?
Yeah, but no, I've never been, but I know what you're talking about. So let's address the wet t-shirt contest, right? These are a group of females that they sign up for it. It's not cultural to them.
Oh, so
they sign up for it.
wait.
They're getting paid. The
Wait.
Yimba women are not getting paid. They're exploited for free.
Wait a minute.
Mhm.
So you are telling me, right? Oh, those people is voluntary. So did the Himbers, is this how they live their life? This is their culture, or they came to them and said, "Hey, look here, Mrs. Himba. The cameras are coming. We want you guys to be in your best behavior. Make sure you get your red cream and the butter. You rub it all over your body. Wodemaya is gonna come with the camera. You guys make sure you do the titty dance." Do you believe this is what happened?
That's not what happens in the case of the Himba people, but that's what happens in the case of the
Okay.
West Coast contest. That's what
Okay.
happens to the girls in the wet shirt because that's organized in the wet shirt. They paid for it. It's all scripted. The people have come. The women that are participating in it they've made a consensus to participate
So
in it.
it's not their culture,
In the
right?
case of him, it's not their culture. In the case of the Himba,
Oh,
the
okay, okay,
culture.
okay,
That's
good.
why they need
Let me
extra
let me let me
protection.
speak. Let me speak. We've established the wet t-shirt contest participants. This is not their culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
They signed up for it, they are paid.
Yeah.
They get paid, they do their but I can tell you what t-shirt contest is actually people are not getting paid. They come to the
But
bar. Wait. This is why I'm telling you this. You know, I'm talking from experience. Like I have attended wet t-shirt contests from the middle of America to the West Coast, the East Coast. Not that that's what
I can
I
say
went
you
there
love
for.
seeing them titties in there.
No. I'm just saying it just so happened there is there, and you just say they're like, oh, wet t-shirt contest, and some white girls are like, woohoo! They come, this happens in mostly smaller towns, by the way, and they take the jug of water, they start the music, the white girl goes on stage, they start dancing, and they're pouring the water all over their white t-shirts, and their titties start showing. So I don't know how you would handle this if you were there, but like you would be totally offended. But these people are doing this
No,
for
no, no,
fun.
no, no. I wouldn't be
Wait, wait,
offended about it. No,
wait.
this is
Let me
what you
finish.
let me
Let me
just let me
finish.
say it clear before you finish, right? Just so you add this into the context as well when you're speaking.
Oh, you'll
I am
have your
They will be
chance.
excited.
what I'm saying is that in this case I would be. In the Himba case, I wouldn't be. You know why? Because I'm looking after the African woman in this context. I don't care about
Ah,
what them
ah.
girls in Atlanta are doing. You call them white females, right? Or whatever. Like I don't care about them, man, really. I'm talking about this unprotected group of African females.
Look,
That's what I'm
look,
talking about.
look. Dude, I get what you're saying. The honest truth is, um, these people, this is how they live their life, and like the image is been out there, and I totally believe that you cannot just get up for like be just say, oh, I'm a pervert, I saw these people's videos, and now I want to go to Namibia and exploit them. Like, I don't know Namibia, I don't know what they have in place, but I am pretty sure that's not how it's going down, because Wodimaya even told us, like he traveled about 70 miles, I think, from the biggest, I guess Windhoek, or one of the cities there. He traveled like 70 miles away to get to that place. And I know when black people say, oh, we're going to protect them from outsiders, if you're thinking Europeans have already made several videos. They've come in contact with the Himbas, plain and simple. I get it. If you feel ashamed about their culture, that is just you,
I
making
don't
that
feel ashamed of
projection.
it.
That is just
I
you.
don't feel ashamed of it. I feel ashamed of the
Well,
fact that their culture is being exploited.
well,
Now,
I
Frank
mean,
Tribe just stated in the comments there, she said, Europeans mess with our mind, our people are making us ashamed of our own culture.
she's right.
And we have inherited
It's
it.
She's
true. Yeah,
right
she's
about
right.
that.
How
She's
many
100%.
absolute.
She's right.
there are
She's
Look,
many
right.
prospects of our cultures
She's
that will
right.
agree
I
with that
agree.
one. I
look.
will semi agree with her on that,
No,
but
no,
not
no,
on
no.
every prospect.
She.
Like
Uh,
there is nothing as way more proudful and more pride in it that we can take more pride in than to protect our people within our cultural prospects. It's protection regardless of what anyone says
oh
about it.
no. Audrey said they have sex with children. I didn't hear that, but I heard that they have this ritual where they would say the kid is your wife, which you would find even in cultures that practice, regular cultures. You would think is regular, but it doesn't mean you're going to be marrying the child. The child has to come of age according to the video, and then you have to come and win her. So it's just a placeholder. So that's what they go by. But African Fang is absolutely right about what she just said here, because it is, you're comparing this to whatever culture, and you're saying it's been exploitative. But how can you come to that conclusion when you cannot even tell us in what way these people are being exploited? You know, they give
I've
consent.
told you already.
Hold on, you're discounting, you are entirely discounting and ignoring a Himba person, who is hip to this. The guy obviously speaks English. He understands their own culture. He knows what's going on. I guarantee you that guy watches YouTube. He knows what's going on
Why do
in.
you feel he doesn't feel the same way I feel? Why do you
He
think he
doesn't
doesn't
have
feel?
to feel that, but you're not a Himba. Your feelings don't matter.
No, but why do you think he doesn't feel the same way I feel about the
I don't
protection of
know, because
for those
you're
people
not,
in it?
because you're
No,
not
of course
you're,
we don't know. So that's what I'm saying.
because you're not
You can't
one of
necessarily
them.
say that. You can't necessarily
Because
say, but you might feel the same way that I
no,
feel. So you can't. Once again, you don't know, so you can't necessarily say that
because
he
you're not
feels
one of
he
them.
knows something that I don't know. You get what I'm saying?
But you're not one of them. That's why, you know, the way we think and the way he sees it and think about it, you know, is different, because this is his
No, how
culture.
do you know how he thinks about it? How do you know how he feels about it? How do you know that?
He has no problem with it.
But how do you know that? Did he tell you? Like, did he
From
say
but
something on
oh,
the
he was if
video?
he had he was explaining it, he was translating for Wode Maya, he was taking him around. That shows me that, you know, he
Yeah,
has
but
no
it's
problem.
Wodemaya. He is working with Wodemaya. That doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't have an issue with the exploitative part of
So
it. It's not
so
Wodemaya that's exploiting them. I'm just saying that this in the grand scheme of things, this whole case of putting cameras on saying cultural prospects of us as a group of African people, regardless of our tribes or ethnic groups and stuff. It could be another group of people. It could be my group of people. It could be your group of people. It could be
so
anyone.
no.
That's what
See,
I'm saying.
if I was a Himba, right? If I were a Himba, I can guarantee you I wouldn't have problem with it, because guess what? It would mean I would be raised as a Himba. I don't know, I don't have these religious sensibilities that other people grow up in. You know, there's no shame in saying, "Oh, no, you got to cover up." I wouldn't have those sensibilities. So you are using your own sensibilities to impose it on the Himbas and pretending that you're trying to help them, but they don't need
No,
your help. They don't
that's not
care
my
about what you
sensibility.
think.
I'm not saying the fact that they're not covering their titties with t-shirts that look like they were made in China is the problem that I have. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this is a sudden reality that if many of them are exposed to it, they might feel the same way that I feel as well. Now you mentioned one Himba guy, but we have to remember that it's a whole
There's
tribe of
another
people.
one
At
too.
least there are 100. Okay, for there's another one that's just two people. There might be 100. Is there another one, three people, four people, five people? There are hundreds of them. Now, if hundreds of them are being privy to this level of exposure and information that we have out here on how our cultures are being exploited by other groups of people, do you think that there will be more people? Don't you think there will be more people that will feel the same way that I feel compared to the people that don't feel the same way that I feel? You know what I mean? Like if
Look,
once again, if
look. I do
what
not. Look. I do not operate in ifs. I do not operate in what didn't happen. You know. I mean, we're not really gonna get anywhere. I mean, I like that I engage you in the conversation, but regardless, because I want other people that were having the same feelings to hear this conversation, and I want Africans all to hear this. Like Fang said, you know, because of the European sensibilities or Arabic sensibilities, the religion, we now all of a sudden think, you know, we become ashamed at something because someone said African. And Africans should learn to mind their own goddamn business. If somebody is living their life in Himbaland, this is their culture. It's none of our business to try to impose our sensibilities on them and imply that we're trying to tell them what to do. If this is how the Himbas live, that you know, watching that video, there are tons of people who never even knew about the Himbas, their existence. They learn something, and I can assure you, not people are not sitting there talking about sexual stuff or thinking sexual. This is not like I was actually
It's not necessarily
surprised.
about
Wait a minute.
it's
Wait
not
a minute.
necessarily about what
I
Enad's
was
video.
actually,
There are
I
other
was
videos with more
very,
viewers.
I was very, very taken aback when I started seeing, Africans, pretending to say, oh, they're feeling ashamed because this is coming from, generally black, but if you look at it prior, most cultures, African cultures there, they dressed like the Himba people until they came in contact with Europeans. So the Europeans or Arabs, whoever, talked them into covering up. Okay, so now you cannot turn around since you support covering. Okay, same people you're pointing at, convince these other people
I
to
mean,
cover up.
you're gonna have to prove that the Europeans talk them into it. You know what? This is what I'm gonna say, right?
So okay,
Not
wait,
especially for
wait,
the man
wait
them
a
in the
minute,
chat.
wait a minute, wait a minute. If it's not Europeans or outside forces, right? Who made
A
these
lot,
people
a
start
lot of
covering up?
Africans were not a lot of African ethnic group of people. They were not titty naked before the Europeans came. They had certain levels of civilizations as well. I can tell you,
So so
based on the part of Africa I'm
so
from,
you
right?
don't think so? If you
I'm an
walk
old
naked, is that
constituent of the Benin Kingdom. So let me put a word in, right? I'm an old
you
constituent
what?
of the I'm an old constituent of the Benin Kingdom. My tribe, they're old constituents of the Benin Kingdom. So I know how my people dress over time. There
Oh,
were never
I've
a
seen
time
I've
where
seen videos of Benin Kingdom people back in the days.
there were never
There's
a time where our titties were
oh
open.
no, oh
Ever.
no,
Not
they
the
do
Benin
show
Kingdom.
titties. They do show
No,
titties.
not the Benin Kingdom
Oh
people.
no,
Not
oh
all
no,
Benin
they
Kingdom. Not
do.
all Benis. Not all
Look,
Benin Kingdom
I'm
people.
just
Because there are
saying.
different groups of people. There
Look,
are different groups of people. So
but I'm just
it's not
saying.
about
Give me
the
a minute.
Rocos and the Sokos. We
Look,
never lived like that.
okay,
So it's not
but
like we had someone
okay,
convinced us.
okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So fine, not all of them. I'm not saying all, right? But there were plenty, because if you say not all, that's kind of weird. But I've seen pictures of Benin, and I'll go with your example. You're saying Benin. I've seen the pictures. You see, even the statues. Nudity is a thing. Showing the titties.
But my
Even
tribe
like,
is not Benin.
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
There are other
This
tribes
is
like my
this is
tribe.
even part of the culture where at the time before they adopted all this, they would bring the young women, with their titties standing and bouncing to parade in front of the emperor or the chief, whoever. This was a thing.
Yeah, but what do you think made them start covering up? Because
The,
they know
the
that
Europeans, the
the
Europeans.
Europeans have arrived, so they have to cover up because they're not just living within their enclaves
Oh,
anymore.
oh,
That's what I'm
really?
saying. Now that the Europeans have
Are
arrived
you serious right now?
now that the Europeans have arrived at the Himba village, they have to go. Doing that way they say, pull your pants up and stuff. Man, pull shit on, man. Like that.
So okay. Are you so the Africans that so are you saying the Himbers don't have a civilization because
No, jokes
they
aside, right? Jokes aside, this is what I'm
this is
gonna
no
say.
joke. I'm having a real conversation with you.
No, what I'm saying is jokes aside, like look, the many people they had a certain level of civilization up to.
But what do you consider civilization?
I think I'm missing.
Go
So
ahead,
no,
speak.
it's there. Look, what I'll say is this, right? A lot of groups of African people, their civilization has been halted. Let's all there are still Nilotic people that roam cows along certain parts of the nations where they do like open ranching and stuff like that. When you could do field or closed ranching and stuff like I feel like that's a halted civilization as well. You get what I'm saying? Just because the civilization is halted doesn't mean that we are saying that the people are kind of barbaric or so backwards or
But
anything like that.
okay,
You know what I mean?
but you see, you're the one saying all this. You look at what's her name? Oh, Slayer. I don't know if it's male or female, but Slayer Game just said, I've seen old pictures from my country and the breasts were exposed.
Yeah, what does that have to do with this conversation? Are they
Because,
the Himba people?
the person is confirming
So,
that
okay,
what I'm
okay,
saying is true.
what's the goal?
Even you, I even went with your example, even though we're talking about the Himbers. I went with your example. I agreed. I said, okay, Benin. And I accepted it. And I still proved to you that,
Okay, no,
yes,
but what's the goal? Are we saying that we should all go back to exposing our titties and
no,
stuff? Is
no, no,
that
no, no, no.
But for some
Oh,
reason, the Benin people did it.
wait,
Okay, let's go to Player James.
wait,
Let's use Player James'
wait a
example,
minute.
right?
Wait a minute.
Reason, people,
So,
for some reason, our people started covering up those parts of their body, and she's proud of it. But for another group of people, oh, with something else, and that. Like, nah, man, let's stop that.
okay,
So
so
someone using the chat,
wait a minute.
just use of like too much titties in your life, bro.
Okay, wait a minute.
Talking anyhow.
Wait a minute. Okay. So you made the argument that they were the Africans, you know, like you try to say, oh, I'm Benin, they didn't do half naked, and I proved that they did.
Most of our people did not. Most
okay,
of our people did not.
but
because, no, okay, no, Africa, let me give the short
fine.
history.
In Namibia, fine.
So,
wait, Namibia, right?
That's not what I'm saying. When I say the Benin Kingdom, it's not just Benis that were in the Benin Kingdom.
I know. I trust me. Wait a minute. This applies to what we're talking about. In Namibia, not all the tribes, you know, live like the Himbers. Can you agree to that? They are a minor. They are a minor part of the tribe, the population. They are less than 1 million. I think they are like 50,000 of them. Right? Not all of them, you know, live like that.
50K cities right there.
So wait.
50K pair of cities. You don't think they should be protected, bro?
Wait a minute. So you telling me when the Europeans came to the Benin Kingdom and told those women to hide their titties, and now they're hiding it, they were, you know, that was the protection? Is this same protection you're talking about?
Look, for some reason, right? Our people over time, which we are proud of our people, they've always looked to develop themselves in certain manners. There is no, okay, let's just imagine African people didn't start covering up the breast and stuff, right? Do you think we'll be traveling all across the face of the planet like that? No, we wouldn't. But for some reason, it's benefited every other group. So why wouldn't it benefit the Himba people group as well? Once again, I don't know how we've come to this.
Now that's a different.
It's quite simple. What I'm saying is that
Juju, that's a different argument.
Need to be protected. The images need to be protected once again.
What I'm saying.
Everyone is too free to go in there and do whatever.
No, not everyone is too free to go there and do whatever. That's not the truth.
We've seen videos of groups of people like this, not just the Himba people. You cannot exclusively speak about the Himba people.
So people shouldn't
cultural prospect that are widespread across the continent.
So we shouldn't know their existence.
We should know their existence, but then again, at least have the decency to blur titties and stuff.
Why would they blur it if this is how these people live?
It's partly the protection.
From what?
Their titties are shown in real life. If you see them in real life, it's not like it's the same way.
When Europeans, what I'm saying, in Benin Kingdom, the example, there were, bare titty working was a thing. Why did they stop it? They didn't stop it on their own, but why did they stop it? Because they didn't used to be ashamed of it, but now you are so ashamed of other people.
I'm not ashamed of it.
Then why do you have problem?
The main problem why those things were stopped, especially in a place like the Benin Kingdom, is the interference from other groups of people. When you're not living in yourself. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. You've cut me off a lot of times.
I can cut you at any time and slip in. Just be be patient with me. That's what makes
but what I'm saying is I've not been able to get the words out.
Wait. That's what makes the show go, because you have to allow the host to cut you in and ask you the questions.
Okay, but what I'm going to tell you is this, right? The type of interference I'm talking about is that we have not realized that we are not living by ourselves anymore. We don't live in our own enclaves, and in some way, shape, or form, we have to protect our images, which has been proven to be easily exploited over the course of history, with blatant and apparent memorable events that have occurred over the course of our history. You understand what I'm saying? And whenever we see patterns that are similar to patterns in those cases or those case scenarios, however you want to say it, we should be able to raise up our criticisms and our concern, and of course propose our ideas for solving the problems that we find within this.
So you know this idea you're saying, right? You are explaining a Christian doctrine, which is
No,
what
no, no,
covered.
that's not Christian.
What is the Christian teaching that covered this?
No, that's not Christian doctrine.
That's the truth. The Africans did not just wake up and say, you know, in the Benin Kingdom and say, we're no longer sowing titties. This, you know, that's not what happened.
Okay, no, that's not what happened. What happened is that they woke up one morning and go, "Oh Lord, have mercy! Look at we are around other people around us now. We have to protect ourselves," which is what they did back then. Which was an advancement.
Where did you get this from?
This is how these decisions are made. Or is there any proof that is the Europeans that came to teach?
Yes.
The Black African people to cover themselves.
Yes.
What's the proof of that?
Oh, it's written in books. You know, the Africans
books. Just like you think it's written in the Bible as well.
No, wait a minute. Okay, if it's not the Europeans, right? What motivated the Africans to start covering? If it's not the Europeans and the Arabs, religions, right? What motivated them?
I think the more the Africans came across other groups of people.
No, they did not. When did Africans start coming across other groups of people?
I can't necessarily date back, but one of the earliest traders with Europeans are from the Benin Kingdom as well. They're known as the
So wait a minute. You are telling me, right? For example, like the Himbas, they've come in contact with many different people, Europeans. They are still not covering up. How come?
I don't think they've come in much contact with the Europeans.
Okay, I'll allow
anything that the Europeans touch is changed. You know anything that the Europeans touch is changed.
Wait. We'll allow.
If they come across Europe.
DMF, come on in.
Oh, you know, let me put this on and let me go, right? Because I have to go. After being gone in 1 hour ago. After being gone an hour ago.
No,
so
I know. Juju.
This, right? Yeah?
Let me talk, okay? Give me a second here. I get it. See, I don't know if you you're doing this on purpose or not. I don't understand, but I want us to be able to have honest conversations. Because you know, like we have to have honest dialogue about these things.
Yeah, bro, I've got to go. I have to go. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
What I would say is this, right? I just want to say one more statement. If the Yimba people have come across the Europeans, like you said, why have the Europeans not convinced them to start covering themselves up like they convince the rest of the African people? Don't leave you
because this proves that they are proud of their culture. They believe that it is the best culture, and they continue to hold on to it. I
don't think that's it. Once again, you said you don't deal in if, buts, or mights, but now you're saying maybe.
No, because we watched them. We watched. This is not.
No, you said maybe. Oh, look at that your face. Well,
okay. Well, hey, thanks for coming. Always, you know, you are invited here.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, man.
No problem. All right, DMF, what did you think about that?
Yes,
and we have Kwesi in.
Go ahead. It was an insightful, I should say, unending conversation that you two went back and forth. So, what can I say? I don't think anything was achieved. I think it's just you have your opinion, he's got his opinion.
Oh, no.
I've got mine, and I think
DMF. See, that's the mistake people make. To engage this conversation, because there's a lot of people that have opinion about it. So they just say whatever, nobody's challenging it. So when people hear
Yeah.
the challenges from point to point, instead of just being emotional about it, we'll be able to
Yeah.
understand and be realistic about what's going on. Because another thing Africans we do, we want to impose our sensibilities on, even fellow Africans. It's like a dictatorial mindset, you see?
Yes.
And that's what I'm pointing out. Like, we don't have to understand or like the Himbers whatsoever. I'm not, I'm not giving them my opinion, giving my opinion on it, but I learned a lot from them, So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I just think people are quick to judge. Coming from, it's like me. It's like you being in your house doing the things that you want to do. Then your next door neighbor comes up and tells you, you know what, I don't like what you're doing. I mean, that's not your prerogative. From
right.
that's not your business. Like, mind your own
Hmm.
business. Let me do mine. Because maybe I got someone to come into my house to film my house, and then you saw my house, you don't like what's in my house. Now it
Yeah,
becomes a thing where you want to dictate to me how I should live my life.
yeah,
I don't believe in that.
exactly, man.
I don't
Why
I
is
don't I,
Fang why does Fang keep writing these silly comments here? She said, "Let DMF talk. My opinion. Not nice to have a guest and not letting him talk." Hey, Fang, you should take your own advice, because you never let your guests talk.
exactly.
Maybe you can learn how to run a talk show by watching me. Kwesi, it looks like you dropped off, but come on in. But you see,
Yeah, right off.
the conversation is interesting, because you know why? The thing is, a lot of Africans do this, where they try to act like they're ashamed of
What?
another African culture's practices. But those of us
Yeah,
that are from these cultures, we know that not all of our cultures are the same. I know other tribes where, even me growing up around them, seeing the things they do, even when I was there, it was super weird to me to see that.
of course.
But that
Yes,
doesn't mean that I have any other type of feelings about them, as far as whether their culture is right or not right. I'm not thinking along those
of course.
lines. I'm like, this is who these people are, and that's that. You see? So
Yeah.
yeah, we have Kwesi here. Kwesi, can you hear us?
We need to. Yeah. He needs to mute his mic.
Hey, Kwesi, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we can hear
wanted
you.
to. I thought the topic was very, very interesting in regards to with the Maya, recording the Himba tribe. I think that he said recently he did a live saying he's going to show more African cultures, and he's shown the Himba tribe and it's showed another tribe living how ancestors lived. So I don't see anything wrong with it, but the thing is that the Namibians are angry and are sending him message that they don't like what he did, you know, in regards to the whole sex tourism thing and how he portrayed the Himba tribe. One thing I will say is that Wudamaya is not a Namibian. So I think that all this talk of one Africa is one and Pan African is silly, it's fantasy. All Africans are not the same. So when African from say Ghana goes to Namibia and portrays Namibia in a particular way, he has to get prepared for backlash because they do not see him as one of them. So the Namibians are actually messaging him on social media, saying they don't like how he portrayed the Himba tribe. That is what's
But
happening, and even he
Kwesi,
has admitted.
Kwesi, don't you think that's hypocritical of the uh, Namibians who are raising this concern? Because if you look at Woody Meyer is not the first person that went there and recorded this. In like he might be the first African. But now I'm seeing like Africans, they have no problem with Europeans, because there's a lot of what you see about the Himbers is put out there by the Europeans. How come these Namibians are not going, and complaining about that? And second of all, I saw because you see in the beginning, he was interviewing some other Namibians. So these people themselves, they don't know much about the Himba. Things are based in fear. They don't know much about them. And this happens in Africa. Is Kwesi, were you raised in Africa?
Yeah, I've lived in Africa before. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you know, like, this is a fact, like there are some tribes, in various countries. You don't know much about them, right?
Hmm.
And your understanding of what you know about them is usually, based in fear. And we cannot deny the reason why we're fearful of them, because they look weird from the rest of what you are used to seeing. So instead of people assuming and be scared of these people, it's great that Wadimaya came, went there as an African, interviewed them, and showed us how they live. And this captured a lot of people's attention. But I'm seeing the Africans have issues with the Himba. If any Namibian is pointing finger at Wadimaya, they are hypocrites, because they should be pointing fingers at Europeans. Because they're, for many, many years, they're the ones that put it out, show the lives of the Himbers, interact with them, wrote about them. Like I've learned about the Himbers in my cultural anthropology class a few years back in college. Wadimaya didn't write that book, and I watched videos on them. Wadimaya wasn't the one that shot those videos. In that video, in fact, it was more intensive. It's longer than the one Wadimaya shot. It shows a lot of their life. But the people that are basing this around sexuality, sex tourism, I think that's just a cop out to find excuses to attack Wadimaya.
No, no. This is how I see it, at least from my point of view.
Okay.
Wadimai's channel is about Africa to the world. Yeah, he
Right.
wants to portray Africa in a particular way compared to how the Western media portrays Africa and Africans in the media. I don't know how they portray them in America, but in the UK, they portray people in Africa as poor, always struggling,
But is that true?
war, chaos, and just dysfunctional. His whole YouTube movement was to portray. Come again?
Yeah, but you're saying they portraying it. You're saying it as if it's not true. So showing Africa being
Is
poor, disorganized, is this true or not?
the thing is that the UK, which conquered more land in Africa than any other, they are partially the reason why a lot of African countries are poor. They literally pillaged economies doing colonization. So you can't just, go to someone's house, go on a rampage, steal a lot of the wealth, and then turn around and say, "Oh, I've got a camera. Look, he's living in poverty." You understand what I'm saying? And one of the problems is that with a lot of African YouTubers, with the Maya, African Tigress, Virtue Grace, a lot of the African YouTubers, they wanted to portray a different side of Africa because they themselves were tired of seeing Africa being portrayed in a particular way. So for him to start going on and then start showing Africa in the same way the Western media has been doing, he's contradicting himself. So that's the only problem really I have with him.
But how he said he's showing Africa to the world, right? That's what you're saying, right? Can you hear me? Like, Kwesi, can you hear me? Okay. But he's saying that Wadimaya is portraying the Africa to the world. But the Himbas are Africans. He did portray them, right? Kwesi, can you hear me? I think something happened to there. Let me drop him out first. Okay, so people, obviously, I understand, where he's coming from, and I know we like to say what Europeans are showing is not true. Fine. But what they are showing about Africa being poor, disorganized, things out of place, is it true or it isn't? That's all I'm asking, plain and simple. I'm not asking whether we're ashamed of it or not, because if someone is ashamed of something, as a collective, we would have to come together and change it. But if you have few people who truly, want to change something, and you have a majority that don't want to change it, there's nothing you can do about it. The things we're saying here, even the Ojuju guy, what he's complaining about, he is telling us about the Christian doctrine or Islamic doctrine where they tell the Africans or the women to cover up. And that happened with his culture. So the other Africans where they practice this Christianity, they also push for that. So I can see when they see the Himbers, their subconscious is telling them they need to protect those people from themselves. Doesn't that sound like the colonizing mindset? How are you going to reach the Himbers to begin with? How do you even reach them? I'm talking about mentally, spiritually. How do you reach them? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Not just saying, oh, there's sex tourism. People are going to, they're part of a country. People cannot just get up and go there and say, oh, I'm over here looking for some Himbers to exploit sexually. Okay? That's not what's happening. And DMF, thank you for coming. I've been here like 4 hours. I've stayed longer than, I expected. I didn't expect us to go into the Himba Titty talks. But as you guys can see, we had to correct that because Ojuju was very, very upset about it, and he expressed his level of discontent. And happy companion and everyone that came on the channel, Amilcar, thank you guys. I really enjoyed having you guys on. Have a good one.
Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, telling you, yeah, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, go to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah.